Already live?
Yes, the will start in 1 minute.
Hi guys, welcome to day 2 of GPODS Ideation Summit. We're waiting to go live on multiple platforms and we're just giving it another couple of minutes maybe. Gauri, you'll let me know as soon as we're live, right?
Yes, I'll let you know.
How's it going though? Anurag, Melissa, Abhinandan, the speakers for the session. We have some of the more experienced speakers from yesterday also joining us, I see. Hi Srishti, hi Vanessa, hi Alif, hi Ratnaditya, hi Malakai. Hi Sean, so glad to be here. And I'm letting the butterflies simmer for a bit till we go live. I guess maybe we can satisfy the curiosity of our audience with our ideation, so to speak, but let's see what happens. Let's see.
Alice says that everything is disabled, so he can't say hi back. So.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, Alif. We'll be opening the chat box in the last 30 minutes of this meeting. But you can, you have a direct contact with all of us. So you can say hi there. Gauri, what's the update?
Yeah, it's going. You can start the session here because it will take more 2 minutes to go from that side. And also it will take few more minutes for you to speak there. So yeah, you can start here then.
Okay, so you're saying there's going to be a bit of a lag. Okay. Up till now, whatever we've said will be edited out in the recorded version, so we're all fine. Good morning, good evening, good late evening to some of you. Welcome to day 2 of the GPODS International Ideation Summit. Now, the GPODS International Ideation Summit is, as a precursor to everything that we're doing, you must know that myself and the co-director of GPODS are not the most creative people. Global Policy, Diplomacy, Sustainability Fellowship. It's called the GPODS Fellowship because we're not very creative. It's just the acronym for what it is. And similarly, GPODS Ideation Summit, International Ideation Summit is exactly what it is. It is a summit where our fellows take the center stage. It is a summit where we ideate on issues that are globally relevant, they're current, they are pragmatic, and there's almost always self-contradiction in some of these issues. These are not easy ideas to come up with. They're also not easy ideas to implement. So there is an obvious gap in all of the topics that we're discussing. I'd like to thank all of you over LinkedIn, on all of our partner platforms who have watched this, who will be watching this, and who've attended it live. And I hope you enjoyed yesterday. If anything, today is going to carry on in the same energy and same spirit of ideation as we did yesterday. We are going to be discussing three very important topics in our 3 panel discussions today. The first is a rather creative topic which belies how creative we are, which is the topic of climate policies in 2050. And I'll come to the introduction of that topic in a bit. After this panel discussion, which runs for about 60 minutes, 65 minutes, we'll have a break for 15 minutes, and then we'll move on to a securities discussion where we discuss QUAD, the grouping of Australia, India, Japan, and the US, and see how pragmatic, what are the dimensions, all of those things. That's our second panel discussion. And finally, we have a very entertaining debate which touches upon one of the more controversial approaches to sustainability as our last session today. In all of these sessions, front and center are our fellows who've made it through 3 months of an intensive fellowship. I hope they've had fun. You will hear from them. We'll also be tagging them on LinkedIn when this video is posted, so you can reach out to them if you have any doubts, ideas, if you have any fan movements after watching them speak. And also finally, and most importantly, I would request all of you to do participate through LinkedIn, through all the other platforms that you're watching this on. I know that some of you would be watching recorded sessions, and you will probably have our email IDs as well. So please feel free to write to us about any of the questions that come up during this panel discussion or these panel discussions. Finally, the global policy, diplomacy, sustainability applications are open. Do apply before September 15th, 2021. I was recently asked by a colleague of mine to state the date and the year, because this recording could be watched a couple of years later. So that being said, the persons of the hour are Melissa, Alex, Anurag, Kamal, Abhinandan, Kachoria, and they have gathered here to discuss what they did as a capstone project for EnviPol. The topic of the capstone project was what we have the topic as today for our panel discussion, which is climate policies of 2050. Why this topic? We'll get to know more about this from the fellows themselves. Why? What are the possibilities? What are the dimensions? What are the factions that you'd want to look at? Anurag is going to be covering one of the factions, Melissa, a couple of them, so will Abhinandan. And we'll come to the detailed discussion. But why are we looking at climate policies of 2050? Climate change, I believe, has had a bit of a misfortune for being too gradual a process, with its impacts being too fast. And that's an inherent dichotomy when it comes to climate change. And that's one of the most impactful challenges of climate change or climate action as well. Because while climate change has often been termed, the impact of climate change has often been termed as natural disaster, while it has often been seen as a sum of many parts, sum that is greater than the rest of the parts. The truth of the matter is that climate change is here upon us now. While all of us have been struggling as global population with a terrible pandemic that has affected us all, it is still being said that that's the battle, and the war will be climate change. So when the war comes upon us in a couple of decades, in 2050, what should be our policies? How should we be looking at it? Whether we should put ourselves in those shoes and then see how to go about it, or whether we should prepare ourselves from today, or in the best case scenario, from 10 years back, since we seem to be traveling in time during this panel discussion, and adhere to certain principles that will help us guide through the rest of the century. So that's the idea behind climate policies in 2050, but we're not sticking to a hypothetical discussion throughout. We're going to be discussing absolute factions that should make up climate policies. So we're going to be touching upon technology, industry. We're going to be touching about agriculture. We're going to be touching about gender rights. And hopefully by 2050, purple economy and such things will become a big deal, and gender will be a mainstream conversation by then. But as of now, we're just hoping that that will be the case. We'll also be talking about finance, and that's a lot of the academics believe the missing piece in the climate puzzle. How do you get it to be economically viable? That's That's just a flavor of what is to come over the next 60 minutes or so. But that being said, I would request all of our fellows, Anurag, Melissa, Abhinandan, to introduce themselves, and then I'll take it back, introduce them again, and throw it back at them for their opening remarks. So, Melissa, can we have introductions in that order? Melissa, Anurag, Abhinandan.
Yes, sure. Thanks, Ishan. So my name is Melissa. I'm currently working as a lead internal auditor with Societe Generale in India. And yeah, so I hope to give you a little idea about the gender and agriculture aspect of climate policies that should ideally be considered for us to achieve our 2050 targets.
Okay, great. Thank you, Melissa. We go to Anurag. Hi, Anurag.
Hello, Ishan, and hello all. I'm Anurag. I'm a clean tech entrepreneur based in San Francisco Bay Area, currently working on building distributed energy assets. I'm a mechanical engineer by training, and today I'm going to talk about how exactly we can leverage technology, specifically comparing developing versus developed nations on achieving climate targets for 2050.
All right, okay. Thank you, Anurag. And finally, but certainly not the least, Abhinandan, over to you.
So hi, I'm Abhinandan, and I'm a master's student of public policy at the National Law School of India, Bangalore. And my interest lies in tech policy, to be specific, and otherwise general areas of public policy also. So I'm today going to talk about the impact that climate finance would have on shaping the climate policies and fulfilling the sustainable development goals, and probably talk about some innovative instruments that can be used in the future to come to 2050 when it comes. So we'll see how the finance would shape climate policies in the future.
All right, absolutely love the fact that you've left a teaser for us, Abhinandan, for us to hold on to our seats till we come to you. Why don't we go around the room and have some opening remarks for you guys? I know that you guys will be discussing factions of our larger topic. So let's have the opening remarks, and then we'll go to each of you for a proper discussion on the topic. I must again remind our viewers who are here on Zoom that we'll open the chat box in the last 30 minutes. So in about 25 minutes, we'll be opening the chat box. If you have any questions, please feel free to write down the questions in the chat box. You can also send us your questions on our LinkedIn Live, and we'll try and pick up some of those from there. All right. So opening remarks then. Alyssa, let's come to you. Let's hear your opening remarks.
Thank you. So to achieve our targets by 2050, to limit global warming to no more than the 1.5 degree Celsius increase, and to reach the net zero, we need to reach net zero emissions by 2050. And currently, one aspect that is not taken into consideration as much as it should be is agriculture. It accounts for around 26% of the greenhouse gas emissions, and forestry and land use change accounts for around 7% currently. And these are heavily concentrated, and these emissions are heavily concentrated in methane emissions as well during manure management and rice cultivation, as well as enteric fermentation, and also the utilization of synthetic fertilizers. And we would be quite surprised at the rate that agriculture is growing. And the fact that we are going to be looking at a 10 billion population quite soon. The per capita food consumption is going to be increasing at around 8-12%, and which is something that right now we cannot continue with the methane emissions that are currently ongoing. So unless we are able to curb this, we are looking at quite a bleak future. And additionally, another factor is that agriculture is also responsible for highly impactful emissions. We say 26% of all of GHG, but then it's actually 45% of all methane and almost 80% of nitrous oxide, which is a very high percentage. And that's not something that a lot of people are aware of or we're looking into. Another aspect is that 1/3 of the food that we produce is actually being wasted eventually in the supply chain from production to actually reaching our plates. 1/3 is being wasted. And that is also a very easy place where we are not looking at, and we should be looking at to try to reduce emissions. Another aspect that is quite linked to agriculture is another aspect that I would be looking at, which is gender. So a majority of women in the whole world are employed in agriculture, especially in the developing world. And women are also more highly susceptible to climate change because of their reliance on natural resources, and are also having the least capacity to respond to natural hazards, such as like droughts, landslides, and floods. And women also commonly face higher risks and burdens due to the poverty that they're mostly in, and the majority of the world's poor are also happen to be women. Climate change has serious ramifications on 4 dimensions of food security, and as well as gender, and this is something that I would be exploring further in this discussion.
All right, thank you, Melissa. Some very interesting points there. It amuses me that after having practiced in this field for so long, I still get thrown statistics in my face that I had no idea existed, and it is worrying, and it is kind of it makes you think whether it should be something that you need to take more seriously on an everyday basis, which we fail to do. But that's a very good sort of like a snippet of what we're going to be discussing from Melissa's end going forward. We'll go to Anurag for his opening remarks on technology and the changing paradigms in 2050.
Great, thank you, Shan, and thank you, Melissa. So globally, the biggest sources of emissions come vastly unproportionately from one segment, that is energy. 70% of all global emissions are coming from 4 energy sectors, that is industry, transport, buildings, and just flaring unused fuel like methane. Now, with easily accessible technology, which we have right now, batteries, renewables, and electric transport, if we have the capability to snap our fingers and turn everything 100% green, or with new technology, we will get 15 more years added to our current prediction of hitting the 1.5 degrees climate change. And if India just did that, just snap their own infrastructure, energy infrastructure to green, we can actually go on track to hit being carbon neutral by 2029 with this rate at which we are currently reducing CO2. However, India's active policies currently focus on solar energy and energy efficiency as the prime movers. And while the targets like 175 gigawatts of non-hydro renewables by 2022 or 40% of all energy coming from renewable resources by 2030 sound lucrative, the country is still to define a strategy on a very other important piece, that is energy storage, both for storing renewable energy as well as electrifying transportation. In the United States, most automakers have committed to going 100% of their fleet electric by the next decade, and states like California want to have 50% of all sales electric cars by 2030. However, to support this penetration, the policymakers, both at federal and state level, have identified the need of promoting and regulating the market of decentralized battery deployments, that is local energy clusters, often a technology often called microgrids. Some federal laws which are just coming up this year make wholesale participation of these assets, which basically promote more and more deeper penetration of these resources, which will promote building an energy infrastructure which is compliant to SDG 9 directly, building resilient infrastructure which is inclusive and sustainable. What I want to make as a recommendation is to promote policies in the country of India where we can promote manufacturing and adoption of energy storage technologies on a larger scale. This will make it cheaper to promote the adoption of EVs, and we can actually learn from insights from all other countries like EU and US on decentralization and cybersecurity of these assets so that we avoid any expensive mistakes. So that's the summary. Ishan, I'll give it back to you.
Yeah, all right, thank you. A lot of things. I also, Anurag, and I'm giving you this fair warning beforehand. I have seen a lot of us in the audience, I'm sure, would want also to know a little more about I know that everything that you've mentioned seems very interesting, including energy storage. I think that's one thing that the whole world is struggling with. But I also want us to be given say, a 30-second snippet into how microgrids really work, because they're inherently uh, different from the grid structure that we've seen tangibly around us. So we'll come to that when we come to our main discussion. We'll go to Abhinandan now, who had very slightly given us all a teaser of what he's going to be talking about, raising the suspense levels in the audiences. So Abhinandan, opening remarks, please.
Melissa talked about agriculture and Anurag talked about technology, but nothing of it will come if we don't finance them. So climate finance being pivotal in the whole scheme of things. So the world intends to spend around 125 to 145 billion US dollars this year itself to mitigate climate change. So these commitments range from short-term commitments towards providing incentives and de-incentivizing industries, and also long-term commitments, which would necessitate having longer gestation periods for new renewable energy projects. But what I would like to stress upon is the political economy of how finance and its circulation would work in a world like this and would go into the future. It will be basically dependent on four factors. First will be the implementation of market instruments like the green bonds, green insurance, etc. Second of all, it would be the cooperation that international institutions will have with each other and with the governments, which will help regulate this finance towards the global south, which is very important. Thirdly, I would like to say that state capex expenditure, that is state capital expenditure, that would be a pivotal point with respect to financing these, because no private sector entity can finance at such a level which a state can finance. And last but not the least would be active citizen participation, which can build pressure on governments as well as high net worth individuals so that they may commit their fortunes towards financing climate change in the future. Adding on to this, I'd also like to say that green bonds have been very instrumental up to now in financing these projects. For example, $106 billion worth of green bond have been issued until March 31st, 2021 of this year. So you can make sure that we have some moving with respect to new projects that will be coming up that will help sustainability. In addition to that, a new innovative tool which I like to talk about later would be the carbon markets as well as the ESG markets, which have been developed in Europe, and various countries are borrowing them to add to their domestic markets so that corporates feel a little bit responsible with respect to their ESG commitments also. So that is an important point. And with respect to India, I'd like to say that India needs about $170 billion with respect to funding its climate commitments in the future and meet the SDG goals of 2030. But what we have seen until now is that it has committed only up to $20 billion. So we can see this wide gap of funding. And with the Indian economy bulging up after the COVID recovery, and it will basically move better and the markets will move towards a stable environment, the private sector in India, the India Inc., so to speak, should contribute more towards bridging this gap. Finally, with respect to the policy recommendation, I'd like to borrow some of the things that Anurag was saying with respect to technology. What I would recommend with respect to policy formulation would be for the Indian government to establish an institution which will act as a fund, which will act as a central repository of funds, or we can say an institutionalized bank, which will fund the state projects with specific requirement towards climate change and meeting the sustainable goals. And this would be a roadmap that can be followed by looking at the UK model and how they have developed an office for the same and committed billions of dollars towards it. I think that would be an innovative policy to go with, and rest for the rest of the show. Thank you.
All right, Abhinandan. So I'm gonna change things and throw the unexpected here. We had a decided order that we go to Melissa, then Anurag, then Abhinandan. But because Abhinandan has already piqued my interest, let me first come to Abhinandan, and he can talk about general research that he has undertaken and whatever his views are. I also want to remind our other panelists while I discuss with Abhinandan this, that if you have anything to add or if you have any questions, please feel free to raise them. We'll also be taking questions from our audiences in about 15 minutes. But Abhinandan, I want to throw a couple of questions at you, which you could probably address, and then we'll want to hear more about the in-depth research that you have undertaken on this topic. But there's a dichotomy of how government institutionalization or fund, as you may call it, is required for financing climate technologies, research and development, so on and so forth. But I think a lot of us have argued in the past and will argue that the private sector has an inalienable role to play in this whole gamut. So how do you sort of put them both in the same frequency so as to have the desired result? Where does the private sector fit in? Where does the government control fit in? Because the private sector would always be skeptical of government control. That's how markets have worked, unless the government control is only there to provide stability to the market. So how does that work? That's one question that I have. And the second question that I have is, because you talked about green bonds and carbon markets, I'd also want to know your views on carbon tax, which is now being seen as a major financing mechanism for climate action. So those were a couple of questions that you could choose to answer during your discussion. And over to you.
Yeah, so I'll start with the first one. So the private industry accepts the invisible hand of the market, but they don't accept the visible hand of the government. So that's a stated fact in this new liberal world we are living in.
Okay.
But what I would like to point out with respect to India's case specifically, that we have seen that when a legislation is passed with respect to something that is required of the industry, then they have to come in and help the government with respect to that. The Indian political economy is built like that. An example would be the CSR contributions, which these government has to, which the private players have to make. But the point being is the CSR commitments which they are making up to now, they are development commitments related to increasing the development of India, increasing the basically Gini indicators of India, and increasing the Human Development Index. But another facet of an ESG commitments with this CSR funds can also
be for our audiences, ESG is environmental and social governance.
So ESG commitments can also be added in this legislation, so that a part of that goes to fund the sustainable projects. What people don't understand is that if there will be no future, there will be no development as well. So we have to see the development economic side of it and the sustainable economic side of it as working in synergy and helping each other, rather than seeing them in silos as they are opposite to each other and that is different or this is different. So I think that integration is important with this.
Okay, so I let me clarify here. You are suggesting that a component of corporate social responsibility in the form of tax that is employed in India should be ESG basically.
Yeah.
So if there's a 10% tax, 3% of it should go into ESG, and that's how government has a role to play. I'd also want, this is very interesting. Is that what you're saying, Abhinandan?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Plus, I want to make an additional point.
Okay.
The private players would say that we already pay too much, so why we are doing? But they don't remember that the pie has increased, so contributions also have to increase. This is not 2013 or 14.
Okay,
so
I'm very interested to hear Anurag's and Melissa's thoughts on this, because some of us are inherently socialist and some of us are inherently capitalist, and that's absolutely okay. Where do you guys stand on this? I'm doing a quick poll and then giving it back to Abhinandan to discuss his research. But would you in 2050 be fine with your company having to pay an ESG tax or an environmental cess that goes into funding climate finance, much like corporate social responsibility is now noosed around your necks? I'll go to Anurag and then Melissa.
I think it's a great way to start right now to fund like taking a portion of a company's revenue to fund sustainable goods. But I think long term, the whole way we run business slightly needs to change on how exactly we assign value generation. So there's
Okay. So you're saying it should, from bottom line, move to triple bottom line eventually. It cannot be stuck to only net profits of a company to judge how good or bad it is. And in comes greenwashing. But we'll hopefully touch upon that during our discussion. I'll come to Melissa. Melissa, if you have any views on this, I'm expecting strong views here.
So I have like a small question, probably. I mean, small thing to say, probably. I work for a company which is part of the UNEP FI. So we are already planning to invest, and it's already started. We do have an ESG wing, and it's a very big part of the mission and vision of the company. So I do sort of get where Abhinandan's coming from, but I also think that it needs to be proportional. So a coal production company that benefits of destroying the environment definitely needs to pay a higher, amount than, a company.
Tax
exactly. It doesn't.
Your carbon footprint.
Right. It shouldn't be based on your profit. It should be based on your carbon footprint, probably. And also should take into consideration what you're already doing and what you're already investing in. So, for example, many companies in India also have already committed to net zero by 2050, or various commitments that we have. So for example, I think Yes Bank in India has committed, and it is also a part of the UNEP FI. So I think that needs to be taken into consideration, but I get where he's coming from. But I also think when it comes to accountability, I don't know if it's as easy to make sure that the private players are accountable for their commitments. And I think the government will have more of like the people's, benefit in mind. The corporate is doing it just to fulfill their responsibility, or it's laws. It's not out of their
carrot and stick. So
exactly.
You're using the stick, it will probably be different. All right, those are some of our opening statements on your topic, Abhinandan. Please go ahead about what you think and what the topic entails.
Yeah, probably what Anurag said makes sense in a long term, and what Melissa says also makes sense now, that we need to weigh them on carbon footprint rather than profits. But you see, the climate finance and sustainability, whatever you want to call it, they're intertwined, but they are a product of a collective action. So would you rather benefit when all the stakeholders come together and agree on something, or rather would you punish the coal producers that will later basically say that we are not going to invest as much as we were in order to raise India's development in paradigm than that. But in the long term, I don't agree that this will be helpful. This is just to fulfill our SDGs for 2050. I think the whole system needs to be revamped. And that's why I am basically moving towards like climate markets, so to speak, which would be an innovative way so that companies have a remembrance of their burden of the carbon footprint, and they exchange their burdens with each other and eventually realize that it is way too much and we should probably contribute more towards the ESGs anyway.
All right. So I think that leads us directly to the point that you were making, Abhinandan, that what really are carbon markets, how will they work, what's the most efficient way, because we've talked about green bonds and market instruments and so many things. So let's just deep dive into it, because I might have a couple of further questions, but I'll hold them off till the end of our discussion. I know that Anurag and Melissa might have some as well. So let's go ahead with that.
So when I was looking at the markets, so to speak, not specifically carbon markets, I drew inspiration from the Luxembourg market. So it is that the investors, the fund managers, and the people who want basically to finance these projects, they come together and they decide through an ESG framework where they want to invest their money within the companies that have ESG stocks, like those companies which care about climate change. So these can be high net worth individuals, these can be hedge funds, and they'll come together and they'll invest responsibly. They call it responsible investment. And that idea had been borrowed by the Bombay Stock Exchange also. If anyone remembers Bombay Stock Exchange as an India International Index. So they are collaborating with the Luxembourg Index to implement the same protocols here. So what that means that with time, when these markets become popular, more and more portfolio managers, fund managers, hedge funds would be inclined to invest in ESG products and shy away from the fossil fuel industry. And we can see that Norway people are doing that, Sweden people are doing that, and maybe in the global south, we can see this trend in the future. Now coming to the carbon exchange markets. So we have basically immature one in Surat in Gujarat. I don't remember exactly Surat, but in Gujarat. And we have a matured one in China. So what happens is that those companies which have their part of the basically emissions, they go beyond a certain threshold. They then exchange the amount that they have above those threshold with other companies who are below threshold, and this exchange take place until an equilibrium is reached. So this is a process which is cyclic in nature, and the plans to incentivize some to basically decrease their carbon footprint and provides redemptions to those who have already gone beyond their capacity. Yeah. So this is carbon markets. So what if this market matures throughout the world and in India? What we would see in the future is people would be trading carbon, so to speak, in bitcoins. That is a possibility. Like companies would trade carbon in bitcoins. I'm not talking now, I'm talking in the future. So you can see the upper limit to which it can go and the immature regulation that it is in which it is operating till now. Also, to add a point, big players are involved in this because their emission thresholds are higher. For example, in China. But if medium industries and small industries of China, India, Brazil, etc., and the North American markets can also enter this type of an arrangement with obviously differentiated thresholds, then I think that the contribution of the MSME sectors towards the carbon footprint of the planet would also come to basically would also be reduced in due time. So I think it acts as a double-edged sword with respect to incentivizing you as well as punishing you if you go wrong. So, and obviously this all comes under the basically garb of capitalism, and my thought process here cannot escape the capitalistic market economy, but I think that within those boundaries, this is the best way to go.
All right, fair enough. Fascinating stuff. A lot of questions that I have been jotting down as Abhinandan was speaking, because I'll probably also ask him to explain, like give a quick 101 on how, what role will the global south, global north divide have to play in this restructuring. But we'll probably come to that, because I want to change gears and see how all of these policymakers and finance executives, how are they going to be fed? Because one of the major challenges, if not the biggest challenge, is going to be, would we have enough food to eat? It is a fact that we're reducing our agricultural output per capita in the sense of productivity in terms of agricultural produce. We're also seeing that almost an incredibly, and if I may, I know it's a public platform, but stupidly large amount of land is being utilized for an output that is not percentage-wise comparable to the land that is using it. So one of the biggest challenges, as has been recognized by some of my colleagues, wonderful academics from across the globe, is agriculture. And with agriculture comes a form of climate justice, and climate justice obviously also is coherent to gender justice, and how Melissa was talking about women suffer the first, women suffer the worst when it comes to climate change. So Melissa, over to you. Some of the most defining problems of our times are at your behest now.
Right, thank you so much. So I would start probably with the area under agriculture that you were talking about. I actually want to share my screen. Okay. So I don't know if you can see my screen.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah. So this is actually the area under agriculture for the G20 that you can see. And you can see, it's across like from 1960 to 2020. This is the growth that we've seen. for area under agriculture. And it's quite shocking, despite the fact that we know that climate change is impacted by expansion of agriculture, and most of this is from deforestation, which is also problematic. And it's kind of mind-blowing, to be very honest. And yeah, so a predominant amount of let's look at net forest conversion probably, and you can see all the countries which are in red are the countries which have actually lost forest coverage, and the ones that have gained are the ones in green, which is also quite interesting. And even though India and China happen to be agriculture based, countries that have a large amount of area under agriculture, yes, but there is also forest cover that is increasing naturally as well as artificially as well. So it is quite interesting to see this.
This is fascinating, Melissa. If I could just pose a question exactly on this. The last slide that you had for us is basically the lack of, or the kind of forest cover that we're losing, right? Which was the slide that you had played before this,
right?
And so conversion from agricultural land to forest land, is that the point that you were making in the slide?
Yeah.
Okay, and then on the other hand, almost counterintuitively, you still have China as a country where forest land is also increasing at the same time.
Right, and it has consistently increased across the last 2 decades as well.
Okay, fascinating. This is, as I said, this is counterintuitive.
Yeah. So it is quite fascinating that it is still a focus for these countries, but agriculture is also still increasing. And another interesting aspect is probably this. I could show you. This is the carbon emissions across multiple countries, and we can see from 1890 to all the way to 2010. This is how it is, but just CO2. But then when you look at agriculture, 2 of the major emissions are nitrous oxide as well as methane. And here you see a very different number of countries which are at the top. Here you can find in the CO2, it's actually the US and China at the top. But for methane and nitrous oxide, it's actually China as well as Russia and India at the top. So it does go to show that agriculture does have a significant impact on emissions, as these are the few countries which are focused on agriculture significantly.
All right, so this is also showing that this is basically the global south still sticking to agriculture in terms of its carbon emissions.
Yes, very much so.
Or GHG emissions, and the global north sticking to carbon dioxide, which is a major industrial pollutant.
Right, exactly.
All right, very interesting. So, Melissa, this is one part of the puzzle, one piece of the puzzle. The larger piece comes together when we are all scampering for food. What do we do?
Okay. So there are various aspects that I think there were top 15 measures that have been identified, which can be a solution to avoid the food crisis that is basically impending, while also taking into account the climate change factor. So a few, kind of not exactly simple fixes, but one is to adopt zero emission on farm machinery and equipment. But the problem is we have absolutely no market for it right now. There is no market to replace tractors with anything electric. So this is where I think hopefully Anurag has some, help and tips for us. And another aspect is to improve animal health monitoring and illness prevention. So basically for cattle. And this is a very simple fix that is happening in the US quite well, and they have seen a very high increase in output because of just this. And this is actually a cost-effective, measure as well. It doesn't really cost, farmers a lot, but I cannot really say it's the same for the South.
So how does that work again? How does that work? What you have seen in the US?
Right. So basically, a lot of animals actually die of illnesses and diseases, and there is just no people, at least like let's say in India, the animals just dies. Nobody's calling the vet, nobody's taking the cow to a hospital, nothing. It's just dying. So that's like a lot of food waste, animal waste, just because of just not being able to have a vet on call. And this small system that's been put in place in the US actually has shown that it's actually improved food production significantly, actually, which is quite
so we're talking about the life expectancy of
of animals, basically. Yes. Another aspect is that there are two animals that are basically that we should ideally stop consuming, which is cows and lambs, which have the highest methane producing ability, I should say. They're basically ruminants. They basically have 4 stomachs or something. So then that's what causes the methane through the gas that they release. So these animals, we should not just stop consuming them, we should just stop agriculture of these animals. So basically, even for dairy, we have a lot of cows, especially in India. So this is problematic in that way as well. So ideally, these are the 2 animals that we need to stop consuming to make sure that we can reach our targets. Actually, poultry surprisingly does not have a very high carbon emission or methane emission. It's very, very limited in terms of gigatons. I think it's just 5. So it's quite per year. So it's quite low. So it is, I can't say cost effective, but yeah, it is comparatively better to consume chicken and other animals than ruminant animals. Another aspect is basically, it's I shouldn't say the bad word, it's GMO. I think a lot of people, when they hear GMO itself, they're quite hesitant about it. There are definitely health factors that have been raised, but I think with rigorous testing and lab trials, I think it's okay. For example, we should be moving to perennial crops. So for example, wheat and corn are currently, we have to keep replanting them multiple times in the year. And we should exactly. So we should be moving towards crops that don't need replanting quite as often. And a few GMO equivalents have come out for these, and it's pretty interesting. I can't find the exact name, but yeah, there's been a couple of varieties. I think it's a mix between wheat and wheatgrass. So it's actually a hybrid variety which actually lasts throughout the year, and there hasn't been any issues, and they've actually been able to push it to market. So it's a pretty interesting concept, and moving towards those is actually going to be pretty helpful towards achieving this goal. And another fun fact about this wheat and wheatgrass hybrid is the fact that it actually increases the carbon in the soil, which is really good.
In fact, this is exactly what I was coming to you for. We all know. I mean, GMO is a bit of a don't ask, don't tell thing in most cases. But specifically, is there, or would you happen to know if GMOs also have an impact on soil fertility, or is it just eventually what's going in your system after consumption that it might have a negative impact on? I know this might all be myth eventually, but that's the temporary.
No, there has been studies that have proven that the salty soil improves actually by having GMO crops. Another really good reason to move to genetically engineered modified crops is probably their resilience to heat and drought, and we are moving towards that. Climate change is forcing us to reach there, and in moments like that, this is an extremely important aspect that we need to consider. Another aspect is the fact that they're resilient towards pests and diseases. So it's also cost effective that way because we don't have to spend extra on pesticides. But here's where a small negative comes into play, which is that pests can become, sort of become stronger because of this, and then it becomes harder to control, and also then it becomes a huge problem. So that's definitely something that is
because the pests are evolving as your crops are evolving as well.
Exactly, just like how we have different variants of COVID every day. So
if you have an antibiotic every day, you'll eventually stop working.
Right, exactly. So that's the problem. That's one major disadvantage with using GMOs, and that's something that we need to consider. But it might eventually become a future that's kind of inevitable at the rate that we're going, and the 10 billion population that's expected So yeah, another small fix that we can do is to stop using ammonium sulfate fertilizers and start using gypsum instead of chemical fertilizers, which are actually the same amount of efficiency at the same amount of cost also. So it's not really expensive to use it. It's just that it's not freely available and a lot of people are not aware about it. So there are a lot of alternatives.
Okay.
And this is where India has to improve its policy. So current Indian policy has given subsidies to chemical fertilizers, which is a huge, like a really bad thing to do.
I mean, the biggest crossing in one of the biggest metros in India is called Ifko Chowk. So.
Yeah. Exactly. So I feel like this is where, Abhinandan, this is where, we need to stop appeasing the private companies
Yeah.
and then, start figuring out, what exactly we need to get to the 2050 timelines. So this is a small fix I feel that we can actually do. Here, I would also like to bring in the gender aspect of it.
Melissa, if you may, very quickly, before you move on to gender, I, in fact, and this is kind of summing up everything you said, we'll probably not have enough time to go back into it. So let me just also float a thought for all of our audiences who are watching this recorded version or who are watching this live on LinkedIn or elsewhere. It is probably also at some point, Melissa, I'm not sure if you'll agree, but at some point, just in terms of the productivity losses that we have seen in natural agriculture, non-GMO, non-hybrid crops, which are failing to meet the tests of climate change impacts, extreme heat, extreme rain, extreme permafrost, cold. Maybe GMO would not be an option, whether you can weigh, whether it's convenient, whether it's affordable, whether it's conducive for human health, because maybe that's the only crop that will be able to supply enough yield to us than any other crop. So maybe in 2050, that's the only option we'll have given the climate change. Anyway, a very important issue that you were going to delve into. So gender issues in 2050. And their connection to sustainability as well.
Right, yes. So in most of the developing nations, women actually constitute a significant part of the labor force for agriculture specifically. And that's something that it's not really taken into account by policymakers. And another aspect is that they're also the most affected by climate disasters. For example, droughts and landslides, and due to their location, their inability to, sort of move out, and they're not really working. So due to the socio-economic norms and the culture that is in that community, it's very difficult for women to sort of save themselves in situations of climate disasters as well. For example, most women in developing nations don't really know how to swim because it's not really a priority for women. So in case of floods, there is a disproportionate impact on women than there is on men. And another aspect is that women are in charge, let's say, of caregiving activities and collecting water and collecting firewood. And with deforestation and droughts, the nearest water body is even further for them, as well as the same applies for the nearest forest. So every day women are spending more and more time walking multiple times all the way across their towns, kilometers and kilometers, just to reach the water source. And this is time that they could be spending in schools, spending working, anything else, actually, becoming more independent, and they're ending up spending this time for caregiving activities because that is the role that they have in society. So climate change directly impacts women, and it's not really being talked about as much as it should be. So right now there's a gender action plan, which was, I think, finalized in COP25, if I'm not wrong. And it's quite ironic because it's called GAP. So I hope it addresses the, literal gap that exists. Yeah. So, and a fun fact is that the COP25 had, I think, less than 25% of women on, attending. So what is exactly happening? You're having a gender action plan, but you're not really having, enough women to represent at the forum. So I think this is something that needs to be discussed. Currently, there is a petition ongoing to get 50% of women quota for the COP26. But yeah, so right now the still, I think the leadership committee is not I think 50% yet, but fingers crossed that happens, because there really is a need for a gender response to climate change. And another aspect that I want to raise is that the national action for climate change for India currently does not have a gender dimension to it at all.
That's very surprising.
Yeah, and it's actually I think you'll be even more surprised that most countries don't actually have a gender aspect to their climate policies. I could not find national policies which have a gender aspect in most of the policies that I was looking for. It is there in very granular levels, at district levels, at even granular levels. I think there is a little bit of women involvement in climate change decisions, but it's not really there at the higher levels, and it should be. It really, at this point, it really needs to be. Another aspect was that there was a study that was recently done where they noted that when there were women in the parliament and in decision-making positions, more, I think, internationally ratified agreements were signed related to climate change. So there is a direct correlation between having women representatives in parliament and having climate change positive bills being passed as well. So I think that's also an aspect that we need to take into consideration.
All right. So if you don't appeal to the moral side of it, Murray,
at least this, yes. So I think I'll wrap up by saying just one more aspect, which is that women kind of need to also be looking at I think, there is a direct link between natural resource conservation and women because they are more tied to natural resources due to their role in society. And that's something that is not really taken into account in policy making usually. So there was a study that was done where I think it was in Peru and Indonesia, where they had two groups, multiple groups of people and they were going to be paid for forest conservation, and half of the groups were having a 50% gender quota. And eventually it came out that the groups with the quota ended up actually having conserved more of the forest than the other groups, and they also ended up distributing the payment that they received more equally. So I do think that even there has been many studies conducted like this, so there has been like very fact-based findings on this. So I definitely think that women definitely need to be part of this argument.
That's absolutely fascinating, especially the last statistic is incredibly I mean, that's the mirror that the society needs to see now. We have a question for you from the audience, Melissa. We'll come to that question. I wanted to ask you about when you were discussing about agricultural produce and rise in productivity, GMO, so many things that we discussed. I wanted to ask you more about are we also looking at storage, because cold storages and so on and so forth are a big issue, but we kind of also have to carry the conversation forward, and it's a good segue, given the fact that we're talking about storage, to come to Anurag. Anurag, hi. A bunch of questions come to you, but let me first start with requesting you to give us a 101 30-second snippet on what a microgrid is, because that's something that will be very informative for all of us, and then move into the future of technology in 2050.
All right, great. Thanks, John. So microgrid, as the name suggests, it's a short version of electricity grid. So grid is a big machinery which is working at the same time, right? You're generating electricity at one corner and putting it at another piece. Everything is happening in real time, only a few seconds apart, over so many hundreds of thousands of kilometers, right? A mini grid is basically, it has all components. So basically a generator which generates electricity, and a consumer, and probably a way to store that energy. That's basically what comprises and makes a microgrid. In a very small form, it's a small battery, it's a solar panel, and it has a house. which is being powered by it. So it generates energy with the sun, stores that energy, and then consume it over throughout the day, right? So basically,
All right.
the house
So
would be a
it's
microgrid.
micro in the sense that it's local both in generation and consumption.
Yeah, now as we move towards newer technology, these terms are flexible. You don't necessarily need to have generation on board. You can just have storage and still a microgrid. Could be just generation and still a microgrid.
Correct. All right. Okay. So what's the future? What does the future hold for climate technology?
Yeah, definitely it's my space working on two major things, that is transportation as well as basically distribution and storage. World has pretty much proven itself based on generation because solar makes much more sense now. It's economically more feasible. We still have to figure out a little bit of recycling pieces of how exactly we work with solar panels.
Are you talking in terms of the waste that comes up after the solar panels have flipped the lips?
Yeah. So there's some work to be figured out there, but we already have proven that we generate electricity much cheaply, but we need to store that electricity now because like coal power plants or natural gas power plants, we can't just change our throughput by toss of a button anymore because solar and wind is available during specific times of the day. So what's happening is developing countries are moving towards more and more storage. If you have hydro, do it. Otherwise, it's just battery storage, flow batteries, or some specific type of chemistry which you store energy with without having the most impact. And that will be the gold rush of the next 2 decades on figuring out how exactly we store renewable energy. It's pretty no-brainer that all the transportation is moving to electric. So we pretty much have 100% electric cars. Hopefully, there is some magic happens and we move towards more public transportation, but that's only be limited to a specific demographic all across the globe. But yeah, we will definitely have much cleaner air in surroundings because there won't be much IC vehicles around us. We'll be generating more renewable energy. We are moving to that future, definitely. It's just how fast we get there is the question. The biggest problem to solve is sort of economics. We almost have figured it out. Elon Musk has done significant amount of job to cut down the cost of batteries, definitely. So we are pretty much at that economic barrier that we can go ahead and adopt mass scale EVs, both for developing and developed countries.
Anurag, before you go ahead, I had a question about this, which has bothered me for a very long time. Apart from my environmental conscience, solar panels, yes, they're financially viable now as opposed to a thermal power plant running your lights on an everyday basis. But what is my financial incentive to run an EV? Is it just the bang for buck that I get in the miles that I run the car for in terms of cost? Or is there any other catch? Do they have longer life cycles? Do they have lower maintenance? Do they have, in terms of storage, it's a lot more convenient because ultimately you just have a plug in the house and you can plug your car in and you do not have to go to the gas station. What's my incentive to switch to an EV? And I'd love it if you could give me an incentive sitting in the US and you can give me an incentive for someone based in India.
Great. So many questions there, Sean. So well, I guess the question is why EVs over gasoline cars? So if you haven't driven an EV, if you don't own an EV, Sean, EVs are pretty much the better technology in all senses, right? Obviously, there's much less maintenance cost. There's no moving parts. There's just an electric motor, which is just a proven technology. We are at 99.5% efficiency.
And I think an IC is 45, right? Maximum is 45.
Even lesser, yeah, exactly. And hydrogen on that note also is in the same percentage of numbers because you do lose a lot of efficiency. So BVs are pretty much very efficient. And then braking, like so much energy you waste when you brake a car, you're just like dumping all that power into rubber, which is also generating like specific pollutants. BEVs can recoup that energy. They're much more efficient. The powertrain will last much longer. Now with the battery, the data which we are actually getting is that after 5 years of use, EVs are not losing even like 2% of capacity. The batteries are pretty fresh, and then no moving parts. Looks like we're gonna see a lot of things in the market. In the beginning, people were like, oh, they're going to be fleet of used batteries of EVs after 5 years. What are we going to do for them? We're trying to build business models around that. But now we found out the batteries don't degrade at all. Like they degrade, you want to drop them when they lose 20% of the capacity, but that won't happen until it hits like 1 million miles. So there's much to be figured out. EVs are much superior technology. The incentive as compared to US and India right now is like this in US, in states like California, if you buy an EV, you are getting a lot more incentives. You are getting to drive in a
left lane, the open lane, yeah.
Yeah, so no traffic for you, like almost very minimal traffic for you. You get incentives, which could be up to 1/5 of the cost of the car. And then there is some social construct here as well. When you drive an EV, you actually care about the planet. There's groups.
There's a personal greenwashing that happens if you're driving an EV. Yeah.
I guess some people do actually care about it, definitely, but I think that sentiment is required.
Sure.
And then in India, it's very difficult. Even the credit, the tax incentives are not as much. My parents were trying to buy a car, a Nixon, like a gasoline car versus EV. I, being a proponent, could not convince them to buy that EV, even if it was available, same cost, you know. So it's just like there's so much barrier right now towards economics. That was his biggest factor. Now we are not assigning to the cost of health, right? That the car comes parks in the garage and you are breathing that air every day when you come park back. We just can't quantify that. So sort of a rant, but I guess.
No, but that makes absolute sense. One last question to you, Anurag, and then we'll open it up for any comments that our panelists might have in terms of closing remarks. And we'll also address the question that we have from the audience. I know we're running out of time, so if there are any other questions on LinkedIn, or if you've got any mails on info@GPODS, we'll take up your questions separately. I was thinking about something we'll probably have an announcement for you at the end of the day. But Anurag, lithium, silicon, most of these things that go into a battery, this is still at the stage of, it's certainly not in the final stages of, achieving the greatest battery of all times. You still, or I could be wrong, but I think we're still off the perfect battery that could store enough. I know that Stanford University campus is actually storing it in the form of water, and then reheating the water, and that water is then supplying electricity to the university. So storage has been kind of the thorn in everyone's neck. Where are we doing? What are we doing there?
So yeah, aware of the Stanford project. They do not really have a lithium-ion battery on campus. Say it doesn't make financial sense. Yeah, we are gonna keep making continuous strides in progress cutting costs of the battery as well as increasing the capacity. But lithium is here to stay, at least for the next 2 decades. There are going to be a lot of power economics around where exactly lithium is. Afghanistan also has got a lithium reserve, if you guys don't know it.
Very subtle, very subtle.
Lithium is gonna be around, definitely. There will be some better technologies, but for all the per kilowatt hour, dollar per kilowatt cost and the energy density which we need, lithium ion is pretty much here. We don't really need a replacement just yet.
Okay. Fair enough. Yeah. All right, so we'll go for our closing remarks. I know that we've had to cut this short, guys, but it's always best to leave you with a little bit of curiosity and a little bit of wanting to know more. What we'll also try and do with this wonderful capstone project that some of our fellows, including Anurag, Melissa, and Abhinandan have worked on, we'll probably also publish an abstract for all of you to to have a look at, so that you have at least a sort of like a bird's eye view of what has gone into all of this. I'll come to the closing remarks to Melissa, Abhinandan, and Anurag in that order. But Melissa, while I open it up for closing remarks, let me also come to you with Dyuti's question. And she is, I'm sure you've read the question, she's basically asking, isn't there this contradiction between GMOs and organic? Where do we stand there?
Yeah, I actually agree with her. So there is definitely, so I feel like GMO should be sort of a last resort. I do think that indigenous communities have practiced farming way better than what we're doing right now. And there are many communities just within India who actually actually practice agriculture, which is interlinked with biodiversity, agro biodiversity, which it does not even use pesticides. So I do think that if we are able to do that at a large scale, it's definitely a much, much better solution. This is just one of the solutions that were proposed to achieve our targets. And I feel like it's inevitable considering the way that all our other emissions are going just through the roof. But I definitely agree with the fact that it should be indigenous and traditional farming that we should prioritize. Another sort of disadvantage of GMO that I did not mention earlier was the fact that it actually competes with traditional crops for food, so which is actually really bad, and it could compete with traditional agriculture for resources.
And biodiversity and
exactly, and it does have that impact on biodiversity. So it's definitely not, it shouldn't be our first resort, for sure.
Okay. So before I move to Abhinandan, Melissa, 2050, optimistic or pessimistic? You have to be realistic. Do not give an idealistic answer.
I think when it comes to agriculture, I'm realistic. I think that it is possible. I think that there are very definite measures that if we are able to undertake, we can do this. When it comes to gender, I am not so optimistic, because considering the gender inequality that we currently have, I feel like it's only going to worsen. We've seen with each climate disaster that's happened, it's always the women and children who are affected way more than men. And considering the socioeconomic norms that are existing in our country at the moment, as well as globally, I think very few places are there where this gender inequality does not exist, and it's quite significant and pretty extensive at this point. So I'm not too optimistic about having a 50% women in all climate discussions. I think that we are very, very far away from that goal.
Okay. Sobering thought. Abhinandan, I'll come to you for your closing remarks. Where are we heading? Optimism, pessimism, realism, idealism?
So it's
Mr. Finance.
optimism mixed with realism. So the real deal is we are and we will live in a capitalistic society. So most probably we have to go ahead with market. We have to go ahead with corporates spending their money on ESG and climate finance. I'm happy and I'm optimistic about the state. That state would take a leading role with respect to providing these finances, because they have no other option. They will have pressure from the citizens and from the global community in general. Also, citizens are becoming more sensitized about the issue, and they are adding value to this discussion. What I'm not optimistic about is the international political environment and how it just can negate any progress that we have made so far and change the direction of finance toward entirely something else. Like there were some countries after 2017 that were literally going back into the carbon markets and making policies with respect to mining and stuff like that. So it's a mixed bag in my opinion. And I'd love to add an additional point which we have not talked about it yet. That is the integration that finance will have with Industry 4.0 and how that this will impact.
I was wondering how come Abhinandan hasn't raised Industry 4.0 yet.
Yeah, so
go ahead.
that is the last arrow in my quiver. So Industry 4.0 and its integration with finance would be pivotal as we move towards 2050, and that is because we are becoming more integrated in the sense of a global community also, but also the financial markets. Traditional markets have been there in silos and integrated through 90s and 2000s via liberalism. But what we will see now is not integration in the sense of human to human integration, but technological integration. Like I can be the same knowledge base as someone in the United States or as someone in Africa.
Okay, so you're not reinventing the wheel, sort of you're building upon the other
Yeah,
person.
yeah. And the industry 4.0 will also provide more equity with respect to the allocation of like know-how about how to implement these things. So the question that you raise about the north-south divide, I think
Yeah.
industry 4.0 can really solve that and bring the both worlds together with respect to technology in general and financing things in particular. So I think,
That leaves us with a very tempting thought that we should have a discussion over with Abhinandan at some point. I hope that GPODS manages that in the next few months. But that also leaves us, as I was saying, with the question that what is the future of integrating open access tech and non-IP, non-copyrighted, non-patented technology, especially when it comes to climate tech, and who will finance that? That's the question. Because today, even academic journals charge dollars to access them. So anyway, Anurag, closing remarks. Technology, optimistic, pessimistic. I think I know the answer, but I'd like to know from you.
Yeah, definitely optimistic, right? Future is pretty amazing, fast and silent, and then I'm glad that developing countries have woken up to what exactly the possibilities of building this new infrastructure is. SDG goals have been correctly identified. I feel super great about our ability to cut the biggest source of emissions because we have the technology in place. We do have to do a little bit of finance, right? We should not have like a lot of surprises like the COVID, because that has definitely dropped the funding of this green infrastructure and green companies, like developing countries. So I feel super optimistic. That's pretty much my answer. It's just in 2050, we might have a difficult choice to make that where would we put our tech resources, either leaving the planet or keeping it sustainable for us to live. No, so yeah, that's my 2 cents.
All right. Optimistic yet sobering thought. We have a lot left to discuss, but unfortunately, we're at the close of our panel discussion. As I said, it's always better to have more to talk about than getting done with all that you had spoken of. We'll also try and have at some point a 2.0 of this discussion over the next few months. We'll check with our fellows of their availability, and it's a fascinating discussion we've had. I'd like to thank Melissa. I'd like to thank Anurag. I'd like to thank Abhinandan, everyone else who worked on the EnviPol Capstone project. It was truly an engaging discussion with so many questions that are still unanswered. So we'll probably have to regroup at some point in time. But thank you for taking out the time. For all of you watching live on LinkedIn or elsewhere, we have another panel discussion that jumps from sustainability to international political economy and security. And we'll be discussing the length and breadth of security organizations such as the Quad. So do join us in 15 minutes. And thank you again, Anurag, Melissa, and Abhinandan. This was truly, truly fascinating. We'll probably be revisiting the recording just to assimilate everything that you guys have kind of thrown at us today. So thank you so much.
Thanks, Ishan and Kareem.
Thank you.
thank you, John.
Over to you, Sushti.
This is a place where you are not really a student. We are not really teachers. We are all coming together in a community of fellowship, and that's the reason why we call it a fellowship, where we think that everybody makes knowledge or builds knowledge based on the ideas that they already have in their mind.
Problem is greenhouse gas emissions that affect the temperature of the climate.
You have to go back to the basics each time you feel like you run into an ambiguous situation. And that's where things like critical thinking and problem solving and root cause problem solving comes in. It's, for example, starts with defining first what the problem is rather than getting into solving the problem.
We're seeing the limits of the multilateral system as it was conceived 75 years ago being reached. And you see a big fight going on many levels, including these disarmament affairs. On, let's say, I always say it's basically 3 levels that we see fights going on here in the UN, including on disarmament affairs. The first is on language, the second is on money, and the third one is on positions.
Companies like Microsoft is a good example that have committed even not just to become net zero, but they want to sort of offset their historic emissions as well. So there's an incredibly ambitious target, and that's good. We want that ambition, we want that awareness.
Policy making body on environment at the same level with the General Assembly for all other issues globally. But for environment, it established the United Nations Environment Assembly.
IONTM, IOI, or impact on investment. So that's essentially what this, your management really should all be about. You try to maximize the impact on investment.
The fact that the G7 came together and pledged an additional 1 billion doses of the COVID vaccine next year on top of the 1 billion that's already been promised. This is important. Of course, there's been criticism saying that's not enough. Of course it's not enough, but still, that's 1 billion.
You might define it as coordinated and synchronized action that often deliberately targets democratic state institutions.
As in international relations and diplomacy, it often is very important, to be heard, to be able to state your case and your position. Whether you get it in the end is a different story, but in order, you have to be transparent, you have to be inclusive, and that was something that Copenhagen was not. As you perhaps know, there were like backdoor negotiations, but Paris was very, very open, very inclusive.
Every year I went to the last annual conference. Fantastic. You met people who were thinking out of the line, out of the box. It's not a small box, but a huge box. It shows that Egypt has the capacity to develop a global industry that can service the whole world, the whole corporate world.
New technologies are emerging and being developed at the faster pace than ever. So I do think that we are going to need to do a kind of a bigger job than we are doing today in a way to get new kinds of arms control in a broad sense. To work on, to discuss about the role of these.
Science of attribution, of being able to say, has changed so much that now you are able to look at the probability of events happening and the link to climate change, the link to fossil fuels. We're seeing incredible things happening in ports these days.
GPODS has helped us build such a rich network of professionals who are truly global and, are actually working at the cutting edge of solving some real policy problems.
The ability of GPODS to actually stimulate us intellectually is what best qualifies and characterizes it. And I feel personally, for me, it has really broadened my horizons.
So grateful to have had this opportunity over the last 3 months to get to know you all and also just have such incredible mentorship and intellectual stimulation. Coming out of grad school, I think I was really lacking that in my life, and to be able to have such dynamic conversations.
I would like to look at a case study of Cambodia in Thailand. In Thailand, in 2018, the government actually set aside a social security program that also provides an health security for the 1/5% of the urban poor, and it is called National Health Equity Program. And in this equity program, it comes with 2 facets. Number one, it's helped to guarantee the health security of the people of the world, 50% of urban poor and the poorest poor in the country, and also help to empower the hospitals and the district hospitals with equipment, with facilities that would aid them in attending to the urban poor.
As I said, Venezuelan migrant women, and they are caught in between a situation where their original healthcare system of their home country is not adequate to meet the needs and expectations of COVID-19. So they historically have been migrants to neighboring countries such as Colombia, but because of the restrictions on equal access to healthcare as well as other universal human rights in Colombia, it becomes a precarious situation for these migrant women who are looking for safe jobs, who are trying to avoid gender-based violence, which unfortunately is very frequently occurring over there, on top of not having that healthcare access, and are actually, in most cases, forced to return home to Venezuela. And during this pandemic, it's not good. And generally,
it was an amazing experience, because I would say I've come from a totally quantitative background, and this program has given my mind some great wings, because I've met mentors from different walks of life and transcending many different avenues of human endeavor. So, in that sense, I would say it's total diversification, and very, very thankful to GPODS and to the fellow mates.
Good evening and welcome to yet another segment of the Global Policy, Diplomacy, Sustainability Fellowships International Ideation Summit. I hope that you've enjoyed our panels that have been conducted since yesterday. And now we are coming up with a very interesting panel discussion which pertains to the diplomacy and security side of our fellowship. And we are going to be talking about the prospects and challenges of the quadrilateral security grouping. Quad, or the quadrilateral security grouping, started as an informal grouping between the United States, Japan, Australia, and India to govern the Indo-Pacific and ensure that the Indo-Pacific region works on a rule-based order. Recently, Quad has been revived by the heads of states of these four nations, Japan, Australia, US, and India, to ensure that a growing threat from China, especially a growing threat from China to Taiwan, and a lot of other issues related to rule-based governance in the region can be addressed in an effective and coordinated manner. However, there are lots of questions about what Quad really is. Is it an alliance? Is it just an informal security grouping? Is it just about security? Is it also about closer exchanges in economics, culture, etc.? There are also questions about the resilience of Quad. Will Quad actually be effective as an alliance? Because there have been so many alliances such as SEATO or so many other security arrangements that have not really stood to the test of times. On the other hand, there are other ones such as NATO, which have stood to the test of the time. The final question is that will Quad lead these four nations towards building a security community? Or will these four nations not go on the security community pathway, but then have an informal, a distance, cooperative relationship with each other just to ensure better governance in the region? And we're going to be discussing some of these really interesting questions with our GPODS fellows today. And let me invite our GPODS fellows to introduce themselves, and then we will get into the questions and answers. So first, let me invite Malakai to introduce himself.
Hello, everyone. My name is Malakai Willis. I'm currently at the end of my master's degree in Defence Development and Diplomacy in the UK. And links to my degree, of course, when it comes to security and diplomacy, the Quad, which consists of India, the US, Australia, and Japan, as Arpit said, is very much quite a significant topic today, especially because most of our members on this talk have attended other talks, such as things such as Clubhouse, where we've networked with multiple people analyzing the situation. So hopefully we can bring our own insights here and share them with you today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Malakai. And let me invite Arlena.
Hello, everyone. So I'm Alina Gibran from Trinidad and Tobago, and I come from a background of international security and international relations. Particularly excited to be discussing this with my fellow panelists today. As Malakai said, Quad is a very notable discussion that's happening in the international arena right now, and it can lead to something important. So let's see how it goes.
Thank you so much, Arlena. And let me now also invite Vanessa to introduce herself.
Hi, everyone. I'm Vanessa. Am I audible?
Yes, absolutely.
I'm Vanessa, and I'm pursuing my master's in international relations at Monash University here in Melbourne. And I'm looking forward to this enriching discussion about the Quad. So yeah, thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Vanessa. And let me now also bring in Tamari. Tamari, if you could introduce yourself to the audience.
Hi, my name is Tamari, and I'm from Republic of Georgia. I am starting Master's in International Relations, and I will be discussing Quad Plus and Quad with my fellows and panelists. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tamari. And let me bring in Sarthak, if Sarthak is over here with us.
Hi, I'm right here. Thanks, Arpit. So, yeah, more about myself. I'm a information technology graduate, pardon me. And looking forward to the discussion. I'm going to be talking about the core agenda of Quad and some of the ways that countries look upon Quad, like what is Australia's point of view and some other countries' point of view. And yeah, I really look forward to having a really fruitful discussion there. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Sarthak. And let me invite Ratnaditya. Ratnaditya Singh, if you want to introduce yourself, please.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much. My name is Ratnaditya, and I'm currently pursuing a Bachelor of Sciences in IR and Politics at UCL in London. Quad has been an area of interest for a while now, specifically because of the importance of the Indo-Pacific as a region and the significant part it has played. A significant part it has played in various strategies for a lot of Western countries, specifically the US, and that is what I'll be covering today. I'll be looking at how the US contributes to the Quad and what its views are towards the other Quad countries.
Thank you so much, Ratna. Let me bring in Amit over here. Amit, if you could introduce yourself.
Hi, so my name is Amit Roy. Am I audible?
Yes, Amit, we can hear you.
So I have completed my BTech from Calcutta Institute of Technology, and now I'm pursuing Masters in Diplomacy and Business from Jindal Global University. That's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Amit. And here we jump into our discussion about what's the concept of Quad. Is Quad Plus something that's viable? So can other countries join in Quad, and where do we see that going? And how do we really develop Quad into a more solid security grouping? And let me invite the fellows to give in their opening statement first. So let me invite the fellows in the same order. So Malakai, if you could come in and if you could just throw some light upon the overall architecture of Quad and what it is and where it's heading. So over to you.
Okay, so I'll have to pass that role on to somebody else in the team because I can go over the part that I'll be talking about soon, which will be my main part will be to focusing on further on in the presentation or in the discussion. I'll be talking about the strengths that Quad already has that it can develop upon in order to become a stronger alliance. But I'll move on to the people who already have a greater idea of a good summary of what Quad is.
Absolutely, absolutely. So whoever from the group can take that up, if somebody could just give us an overview of what Quad is and where it's headed.
Okay, so I will give a brief introduction of it, of Quad. So like you previously said, Security Quadrilateral Dialogue comprises of the US, Australia, India, and Japan, and it's informally referred to as Quad, right? So currently it receives a high level of notice within the international arena after its resurrection or like revival in 2017, November of 2017, right? And its initiative right now, its initiative is a free, open, inclusive Indo-Pacific region that is anchored by democratic values and unconstrained by cohesion, right? The undeclared notion that's underlying this development of Quad is that there's a closer cooperation among the four-nation grouping, sharing common interests and the threat perceptions that have a high opportunity to establish a balance of power in favor of preserving the existing rules-based order, right, throughout the Indo-Pacific region. So this can essentially be reduced to countering China's growing assertiveness in the region as the main target. However, it's interesting to note that Quad has not openly identified China as the main target, right? Like containing China is not their main target. They haven't said that, right? So why this is interesting is because in 2007, Quad actually collapsed mainly due to Australia and to some degree, to some extent, India. Their fear of pushing China and their relationship with China without affecting their other dimensions of their bilateral relationships with China, with Beijing. So that was one of the main reasons it collapsed. Obviously, there are other reasons such as Japan and Australia had elections. The US refocused on was focusing on a trilateral engagement with Japan and Australia, right? So having said all of this, strategic partnerships between the Quad nations are becoming more and more extensive, and the process is accelerating. So there's a growing number of military exercises, strategic discussions, technical agreements. There's also the recent leader level summit of this year. So those are indications of progressively mutual strategic views, and that's how there's a higher level of comfort and probably increasing collaborative behavior. So these trends will surely influence the balance of power and the prospects of the free, open, inclusive Indo-Pacific. So so that kind of indicates the importance of Quad and why it should be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Arlena.
Thank you so much, Arlena. Yes, Sarthak, I was just about to call you in, so go ahead.
Yeah. I think a good statement here by Arlena, and I just wanted to add on to the point that the engagement of Quad in the future might only get stronger and stronger. As a matter of fact, they had their first joint military exercise in 2020, November 2020, which shows that they're coming together strong, and now they have more countries joining in for like the Quad Plus agenda, where they are coming together to discuss the COVID-19 vaccine measures and how they are going to kind of get together and make it happen. And they are also kind of as Arlena mentioned, that the core agenda is a free maritime trade in the Indo-Pacific region, and China's coercive behavior towards Taiwan, again in the South China Sea, has been growing just post when their COVID numbers have stabilized. And I mean, looking at it, currently China is a growing superpower with, they're poking military everywhere, and with their Belt and Road Initiative, I think the Quad countries are feeling a little destabilized, and the US influence is kind of going for a toss somewhere. So I feel that eventually, with the joining of new companies into the Quad, all these countries joining hands, and some of these ASEAN countries also coming in with their inputs, the Quad security dialogue is going to kind of get even better. And the whole idea is that apart from the Indo-Pacific region, they are also collaborating on technological advances, and also joint military exercises means that, any kind of threat in the Indo-Pacific region, or any kind of pressing from China in particular areas, can be countered in a very efficient way, combined with all of these countries combined. So that was something I wanted to add. Yeah, thanks.
No, absolutely. I think those are really interesting dimensions, and I see Ratna already with his hand up. So Ratna, why don't you jump in?
I just wanted to contribute a small part before everyone else takes off. I completely agree with what Sarthak said over there, that joint naval exercises, and I also agree when he says that we can only expect it to get stronger, because I share that point of view. Even if you don't see naval exercises that are conducted under the banner of the Quad, right? Something like the Malabar exercise, which includes Japan, the US, and India as permanent members, right? And previously, they had talked about including Australia in the exercise as well, which led to a lot of heat from China. And at the same time, this is just the US perspective. If you take a look, before the Obama administration, which actually started with the strategy of the Indo-Pacific, it was something known as the Asia Pacific, right? And it essentially included what they referred to as countries like the Asian Tigers. So included countries like South Korea. And if you do think about the Quad going into the future, I personally feel that one could expect these countries, which were part of the Asia Pacific perspective, to be included within the Quad. Not even if it is not in terms of permanent members, someone who can, these countries could be someone who could contribute significantly in curtailing China's rise in the region.
Right, absolutely. I mean, initially, Obama's phrase for that was pivot to Asia, and now Asia Pacific has somehow turned into Indo-Pacific, which is a great signaling towards the role of India into that as well. But no, fair point that there is still a lot of room for other countries in the ASEAN region to be part of this broad grouping, just to counterbalance in terms of the balance of power that's shifting in the world. So Vanessa, let me bring you in on that, and let's hear from what you have been researching on.
Yeah, so basically talking about security alliances, I would actually like to bring in different international relations theory perspective and see how different theories look at the Quad. So under the conditions of anarchy, there is of course a lack of central authority to sort of protect states from one another, right? And from a realist point of view, in fact, one of the leading scholars, Mr. John Misheimer, would argue that realism would expect Indo-Pacific nations to invest more in aggressive capabilities and of course internal and external military alliances as well. So this would sort of help maintain the power balance in the region. The other point of view is the point of view from liberalism. Liberalism is concerned with cooperation and prosperity. And liberalists argue that cooperation for mutual prosperity is possible under the conditions of anarchy, and peaceful interaction among states is more promising when the states are democratic in nature, right? And in international relations, we often cite this by saying that democracies are unlikely to go to war. So this is how liberalists would sort of view the Quad. Neoliberalists, on the other hand, would argue that modern states are highly interdependent for trade and investment related matters. And therefore, these states then come together and they form international organizations and institutions that sort of incentivize non-violent cooperation. And we do see these institutions, like we have APEC, Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation, then the regional comprehensive economic partnership. Yet security tensions are still high, but this is how neoliberalists would argue. And lastly, constructivists. So constructivists see to explain the behavior of state as a result of social interaction. So they would see Japan, Australia, India coming together and interacting among each other based on common ideologies, common identities. That's how constructivists would look at the Quad. And through these very institutions, states are able to construct meaning. So for instance, democracies coming together, that is a construction in itself. So that's how constructivists would sort of view the Quad. So I just wanted to bring in different international relation theory perspective and how Quad fits into all of these theories.
So thank you so much, Vanessa. And if you could also just throw in your opinion over there, that which theory or which combination of theories seem to explain the phenomena of Quad the best, according to you?
According to me, I think mostly it fits into liberalism because it talks more into cooperation. And for India, I mean, I've also done a point of view understanding the Quad from India. India wants to sort of cooperate and bring in more people into. For India, it's not just about containing China. It's much more than China. Like developing the Indo-Pacific region is what their agenda is. So, liberalism sort of fits best for talking about the Quad. And I would like, my fellow panelists.
Interesting. Yes, absolutely. Let's hear from the others as well. Over to Malakai.
Yeah, just to add on to Vanessa's points, or I guess respond to them. If we're going over the IR theoretical lenses, and then you have to keep in mind that because there are multiple countries involved in this situation, of course, Quad and Quad Plus, one of the main focuses is China, which usually acts on a realist basis, or I guess on a more traditional basis. So if everybody here believes that war is more defined by economic interaction and economic trade today, then China is doing a combination of both modern warfare, which would be economic trade wars and so on and so forth, as well as literal naval expansion by launching attacks on certain islands within the Asia Pacific. So it's still taking a realist approach in some ways, but just like its political system, or I guess its political economic system, the political system itself is communist, but the economic system is capitalist. Similar to their approach, the military approach is realist, but their international approach also has to have an element of liberalism too. It has to interact with different countries. It has its own relations with particular members of the Quad as well. So there are even though China is quite a strong and significant country, because of the relations that it shares with Quad members, including Australia and India in some cases too, neither side can really be super aggressive with the other, economically or militarily. And as my previous fellows mentioned before as well, because China is pretty much surrounded by a security diamond with members of the Quad in the north, east, west, and south, if it were to start acting aggressive, then that's where the questions arise. Would the Quad actually launch a counterattack? Would they just add pressure by applying sanctions, so on and so forth? But yeah, it's all a very mixed game of different approaches of international relations.
Absolutely, Malakai. I personally think that even in the economic undertakings of China, there's a fair bit of realism that one can see in terms of especially the Belt and Road Initiative and a number of things that we have been labeling as dead diplomacy. And a lot of it is certainly economic. A lot of it is certainly based on trade as well. But then it's eventually focused towards shifting the balance of power in favor of China and changing the systems of the world in the image of China. And I see that as realism in play. But then I absolutely agree that there's a fair bit of liberalism in the mix as well. But let's focus for a bit on the security side of it, because at least what we seem to agree on from the discussion so far is that there's a strong security dimension to Quad. And let me bring in Arlena to discuss whether Quad is moving towards forming a security community with at least these 4 nations? Or is it just too early to say that it will convert into a security community, or it's even aspiring to be one? So Arlena, over to you.
Okay, thanks. So I will give you a little the definitions we kind of use for the security community. So what is interesting to note is that realism was the dominating international relations theory when Kyle Deutsch presented his concept of security communities, right? And he basically defined security community as one in which there is a real assurance that the members of the community will not fight each other physically, but will settle their disputes in some other ways, right? So he essentially distinguished between pluralistic and amalgamated security community, right? An amalgamated security community exists when there's a formal merger of 2 units into a single larger unit, right? And they have a common government after they amalgamated or joined. So one example that he used was the United States, right? Since there's one supreme decision-making center, whereas a pluralistic security community, and this is the one that we'll be focusing more on, retains the legal independence of separate governments. So states within this type of community have compatible primary values stemming from common institutions and mutual receptiveness. So there's a matter of mutual identity, for example, like what Vanessa and Malachi was saying with the identity of the democratic views and liberal economies. There's a sense of loyalty as well and a sense of we-ness. And so they're integrated to a point where they entertain that dependable expectations of peaceful change, right? So this you can see this in NATO as well, but it should also be noted that without integration, amalgamation is not a security community, right? So following from this, because Deutsch wrote in the mid-50s, which obviously there was some critics and plot holes and everything. So we'll be focusing on Emmanuel Adler and Michael Burnett. They expanded on the notion of pluralistic security community, right? And they did it through a constructivist perspective. And their goal was to explain the development of security communities as a phenomenon of socialization, right? So they defined a pluralistic security community as a transnational region comprised of sovereign states whose people maintain dependable expectations of peaceful change. So they got that bit from Deutsch, right? So for them, community is defined into by 3 features, which is shared identities, values and meanings, many-sided and direct relations, and also communities demonstrate reciprocity, that conveys some amount of long-term interest, right? So according to these features, you can say to an extent, Quad is a bit of a security community, because from the onset of Quad 2.2, this is the one I'm talking about, 2.2, not the one after it's revised, right? The first meeting in November 2017, the US released a statement noting that Quad rests on a foundation of shared democratic values and principles. So this meets the first feature of shared ideas, values, and meanings, right? And also all sides pledge to continue discussions to further the rules-based order in the region, in the specific region, right? So the next 2 Quads meeting as well, which was in 2018, I think June and November, they reiterated the same. And as well as in the recently leader-level summits of this year, the 4 nations, they committed to their foreign ministers communicating often and meeting at least once a year, and they also committed to having an in-person leader-level summit by the end of 2021. So However, the question kind of arises, what type of security community is Quad? Like you said, is it aspiring to be a security community? Has it reached there? So what is it, right? So Adler and Bennett, they describe the typical evolution of a security community from nascent to ascendant to mature. Right? So at the first stage of integration, states will find themselves in the more anarchic environment. So that's where realism takes place, is a predominant theory. So, but at this stage is where states contemplate how they might cooperate, right? So their exchanges, if there's a mutual, how to increase their mutual security, right? So we can safely say, I think that Quad has moved from this stage, right? Because this is the stage where they have various like diplomatic and bilateral exchanges, multilateral exchanges, and they intend to define the level and extent of cooperation that might be achieved. So coming from recent meetings and the agreements from Quad, I think we can safely say that our Quad has moved a bit away from this first stage. So the ascendant stage, this is where there's a transformation of anarchy. So this is where there's deepening level of mutual trust. There's an emergence of collective identities, which begin to encourage peaceful change. And this is also prompted by new institutions and organizations. It could also like reflect tighter military cooperation and coordination. And there's also a decreased fear of the other states representing a threat, right? So, and we can see that there's also increase of states seeing and acting together, right? So it should be noted here though, like in this stage, it's expected to have for there to be a core state in a grouping or a coalition of states that kind of help stabilize and encourage the further development of security community, right? So having said this and looking at Quad right now and having had this previous discussion not too long ago about their growing increase in military exchanges, military exercises and stuff, we can say that Quad has reached at the end of this stage as a possibility, right? Mm-hmm. And this takes us to the mature stage, which is the final stage. So states here, they share an identity, and they this is where the actual security community comes into existence, right? As war or violence among the states, it's totally improbable, right? Given the nature of the international arena right now and these countries we're speaking of, this is true, right? So they argued actually that mature pluralistic security communities can be sorted into loosely and tightly coupled pluralistic security communities, right? And this is according to the depth of interest the states enjoy, the nature, the degree of institutionalization of their government system, and if they reside in a formal anarchy or if they're on the verge of transforming that. So essentially, a loosely coupled security community meets the minimum standards of Adler and Barnett, right? And they do not seek to further integrate, right? So while a tightly coupled security community go further than the definition in that they have a mutual aid society in which they construct collective system arrangements, and they also possess a system of rule that lies between a sovereign state and a regional, like centralized kind of government institution, right? So, so this means that for some of the structures, that collective security system provide the collective security for members, right? So having said all of this and my windly large explanation, you can say to a large extent that Quad is beginning to be like a loosely coupled security community in that the four states share a mutual identity as democracies. They have a common definition of the perceived threat, as we discussed earlier. And so in this case is changing on the preservation of the balance of power within the Indo-Pacific region. And they have a level of trust that common interests are handled through consensual mechanisms. So while these states will not consider the others in the grouping as potential enemies, there is some concern about the degree of cooperation and contribution to a joint military campaign within this grouping. For example, the question arises if, let's say, China, this is just an example, invades Taiwan, what will the Quad nations do? Will they wait for each other to act? Will the US intervene? Will Japan intervene? What will be India's perspective? So there's still that kind of hesitancy in that sense, right?
Yeah.
So
no, that's a very important and pertinent question, Arlena. And thank you so much for that really detailed and really organized analysis of Quad as a security community. Am I audible?
Yeah, you should be now.
Yeah, you are
Okay,
audible
great.
right now.
Okay, perfect. So thanks, Arlena, for that really detailed and really organized analysis of how Quad is probably maturing in a loosely bound security community. It was almost like reading a theoretical paper based on your analysis, and I think this would make for a great paper if you were to write one on this particular topic. Let me bring in Sarthak over here to discuss a little bit about one country that is important to the whole equation of Quad is Australia, and Australia is in that precarious situation where it is equally invested with China as well as in other countries in the Quad, such as the United States. So, what is the role of Australia in Quad? Is it, as one of our Quad Forum co-chairs used to question that, is it the weakest link, or is it a strong bastion of what Quad will be? So over to you.
Sorry. Thanks, Arpit. Thank you for introducing me back again. So yeah, I think Australia initially was the link through which the Quad initially went on a hiatus, and then we restarted 10 years ago. And I feel now Australia is equally a part, since it sees that the Chinese influence is literally rising. I think I remember around in 2016, like the Canberra officers actively challenged the Chinese behavior, that like exactly what is going on, and then they had this one stance where they literally had frozen relations, like there was nothing happening. And if I'm not wrong, there were some economic sanctions too. And basically, and I also remember that Australia was one of the first countries where they banned Huawei of China from putting their 5G towers into basically Australia, so that because they really thought that it is kind of cyber terrorism and a lot of data could be perhaps leaked. And now with the joint military exercises, all of these meetings where Australia, India, Japan, US, and all of these countries are coming together for the COVID-19 vaccines, it seems like Australia is becoming a very close and strong part of the Quad. Whereas I think also slightly maintaining a relationship with China, because a lot of their trade depends on it. Since China is like somewhere the trade king of our Asian subcontinent. So all of the countries have to somewhere keep those little relationships with China to keep our trade running at the end of the day. And basically, right now, I feel Australia is, Australia does not have any territorial dispute, because like India and Japan are the immediate people who have a territorial dispute with China. But basically Australia does not have a territorial dispute. So like that is not the pressing point for Australia, but the pressing point for Australia is at the end of the day, good free trade and a hand. And it also already had a covering, like it has a good relationship and alliance with the US. So it already had some kind of a covering on top to safeguard them from things that, China might be doing. But I think in 2016-17, the water went over the head, and Australia just decided that, we need to really take this one step forward into this forum and, kind of maintain our stronghold in the Indo-Pacific region. Yeah.
So Australia's interest in many senses, as you're saying over there, is the realism in trade playing out over there.
Pretty much. I feel Australia's major perspective of the Quad would be the trade, basically, because they have a lot of trade with China at the end of the day, and they really want to look how they can protect it while also keeping their influence in the region.
Interesting. Ratna, do you want to come in and talk a little bit about what would be US's stance and what's in it for the United States and Quad, and also if you want to comment over what Sarthak has said so far?
Yeah, so I was thinking of picking up from where Sarthak ended, but I was also planning to incorporate the US stance. The thing with Australia is that the US has enjoyed a long relationship. I think extending back to 1951 when New Zealand, Australia, and the US signed an agreement, and you see a certain overturn in Australian policy in terms of the Indo-Pacific after 2017, 2016, right? And this essentially ensured that Australia was an integral part of the Quad once it changed its stance, and it also redefined its image with the US, because the US started looking at it as a bastion of stability in the Indo-Pacific. And so the thing is, for the US, it became very clear that if today Japan had to be cut off from the rest of the world through Chinese movements in the South China Sea or in the Indo-Pacific, then they could always depend on India and Australia, right? And Australia, and again, as to what Sarthak said, that after 2017, there's been this change in policy, and you can clearly see this, through Australia's plans of conducting peacekeeping missions, aid missions on the Solomon Islands, specifically in the Asia-Pacific region. So I personally feel that I wouldn't say Australia is a weak link of the Quad. But I would definitely say this, that while Australia is trying to be an integral part of the Quad, we must carefully keep an eye on what progress it makes over the next few years. And if China can actually choke the country into not, being an integral part, because at the end of the day, as we've already said, that it is still very much dependent on its economic trade with China.
I think Sarthak has something to say over here. Sarthak,
I just kind of remembered by this Solomon Island thing that I had also researched about this Chinese policy where they were actually how they're extending their Belt and Road Initiative, and one of the islands very close to, I think, Australia is Vanuatu, very small island which is very heavily indebted to China, and I think that was one of the eye-opening moments for Australia, where the Chinese are doing debt trap diplomacy in their own backyard.
Yeah.
So, they immediately jumped into the new project of, Papua and New Guinea, some Manus Islands with United States, and both of them together funded that project so that, China could not get to them before. So, I think some of these little tactics from China has really got to the Australian.
Australia.
Yeah. So that was something I wanted to add. Thanks.
But would you agree with Ratna that Australia's involvement in Quad overall puts Australia still in the category of a potential weak link?
I would rather say that currently, with their activities, with their aids, and with everything that they're doing, they're slowly and steadily becoming a member who really is serious, who really wants to take this forward, and who really wants to, maintain status quo in the particular region. But yeah, I would say that for me,
and who has real stakes in this sort of a grouping.
Yeah. For me, it's still very loose. It's still very loose from the side of Australia, but I feel with more of these countries coming together, Australia might see an opportunity to get a stronghold and all of these countries coming together to kind of reduce that Chinese influence everywhere. So I think in the upcoming years, I feel that the Quad Plus can be a good, strong alliance. Hopefully, being something as strong as perhaps NATO. That might be an overstatement, but that's something I believe in right now. So let's see.
All right, Ratna, back to you.
Sorry, I forgot to lower my hand, but I would say that I kind of agree with what Sarthak said, specifically his last part regarding Quad Plus. To be very honest, I didn't take that into consideration while putting my perspective across. And, if I do reflect on it, it does change a lot of things in my understanding if a number of other countries join in, right? Specifically from the right? And it just diversifies a lot of things because it diversifies trade within the Quad nations as well, right? Because if you look at it, the countries that we were referring to that might be able to join the Quad are essentially what I'd call the Asian tigers, right? And there's a high possibility.
And most of them are still part of RCEP already.
Yes, right. So there's a high possibility that these are very good substitute countries for Chinese production, So there is a high possibility that if trade diversification actually takes place, this does change a lot of things.
Absolutely. Let me actually bring in Tamari, since we are talking about Quad Plus, and I know Tamari has conducted some research in that area. Tamari, what do you think about other countries coming into the equation and what role they might play, what countries these might be? So let's.
Well, actually, I researched more about Russia, and Quad Plus is actually a bigger option if Russia does not plot a twist on everything, because Russia is known for being your friend and stabbing you in your back. And so Russia stands to US being in Quad is, of course, seeing US as economic threats and then seeing Quad as altogether economic threat, because all the countries they're in can actually communicate it to each other and bring in new countries. So overall, Russia has always had a negative attitude towards quadrilateral security dialogue because it is a joint of 4 economies. And Russia mostly views the Quad as anti-China, of course, because it is anti-China and it does try to plot a twist. As follows, Russia and China have been caught in tarnishing situations which implicate the functioning of organizations in the region. According to Global Times, while the rest of the world was busy bickering each other, China brought in COVID-19, this brought in, who spread COVID-19, Russia was busy really actually communicating with China and having exchanges and supportive exchanges of, you should bring in the vaccine, or maybe I could help you with some money, and so on and so forth. And while the world was busy again, trying to look down on China, Russia gave strong and friendly moral support to China. So we may see Russia and China coming together to kind of debunk the Quad. So Quad has to be really careful about that, because Russia has already seen what NATO could do, and it fears that Quad could do the same.
I think in those terms, the country that has Russia has most leverage on in terms of Quad is India, because India has had a past of close ties with Russia, and even now India considers Russia as one of the close partners in its security arrangements. And in fact, it was only last year that there were strains in the India-Russia dialogue because of India more formally joining the Quad security grouping. So I think that what you are saying resonates a lot with me, that it's probably Russia is going to be part of the determinants on how Quad is going to shape up. And we already see Russia and China cooperating on many different levels. One great example of that is the Arctic Council, in which Russia and China are co-investing in exploration of oil, etc., and other resources, mineral resources in the Arctic. So certainly, I think beyond China, about which we'll talk about very soon, Russia is something that we should not forget about when we are talking about the whole of the equation that will define Quad as a grouping. So Tamari, in final analysis, what do you think would be the pathway for Russia if Russia was to put a wrench in Quad becoming a more strong alliance?
So what if Russia tried to debunk the Quad idea, is what you're asking?
What levers could Russia press on, and what are the things that Russia could do to curtail or contain the strengthening of Quad?
Oh, it's already doing it. As far as me being from Georgia, I know how Russia works. So Russia being with India and trying to invest in stuff, it's like they're a stranger trying to come in and make friends and take one by one the countries that Quad has. So Quad is economic threat to Russia, believe it or not, because it's so many countries. So if India is able to invest with Russia, Russia's already doing it, already debunking the Quad, and it's winning. And Russia's able to warn India, don't go into Quad or else. So India should stop slowly pulling out with the Russia relations, because if it pulls out too fast, Russia could get too angry like a little child.
No, I think over there, with India and Russia, the relationship has been long-standing, but despite that, there has been a gradual tilt towards the United States. And even in terms of arm imports, year by year, India is reducing the amount of arm imports that it has from Russia, and most of that is going towards United States or Israel or France. So you already see that pivot happening in the security sphere. I think in other economic spheres, that pivot is already quite clear. So, we'll come to what India's strategies are over there. But then first, I want to bring in Ratnaditya to talk a little bit about the US's strategy, and then probably we will come back over here and talk about what India and what China are trying to do over there.
Thank you so much, Arpit. The thing with the US, I personally feel, is that what actually caught my attention when I was doing my research was the use of the word revisionist power for China, right? And if you see that the US has kind of maintained a good grip over the Indo-Pacific since the end of the Second World War, right? And with China kind of gaining dominance, it's apt for the US to use the word revisionist, right? Because they want to maintain this liberal. The US claims that they want to maintain a liberal order in the Indo-Pacific, right? And this is essentially not possible with the Chinese intent at the moment, right? And this entire situation begs the question that why a geographically distant power would want to involve itself in the Indo-Pacific, right? And if you remember at the start, when you asked me to introduce myself, I said that my interest essentially in the Indo-Pacific is because of the geopolitical importance the region holds, right? And we see this entire process, which can be divided into geopolitics and geoeconomic progress.
Absolutely.
And the Indo-Pacific has achieved both, right?
Yeah.
Because
you have around 66%, 63 or 66% of the trade moving through the waters. Yeah. Yes, exactly, right? Even if you look at it through the lens of the historical Silk Roads or the Silk Roads that the Chinese are planning to build through the Belt and Road Initiative, right? It starts or either ends for whichever countries on the other side through the Indo-Pacific, right? So So for the US, it is an all gaining experience, all gaining opportunity, where they do not want to lose their hold in the region, right? And again, this brings me. So we all were discussing the kind of international theory that defines the entire situation, right? And I would say that I would go towards a liberal order, because there's this I see as an inclusion of other states, right? And this is drawn by the belief that involving other states in the region is a force multiplier for the US, right? Because at the end of the day, even if they have the military capability or the military might, they might not have that military capability in that region, right? So it's very important for the US to, hold India, Japan, and Australia as close as possible for that, as close as possible. And even if we don't look at the Quad as like the NATO, for example, that political and military subversion of China, we can still expect it to be those two things, along with soft power and economic warfare.
Absolutely. I think I agree with you on the fact that US has realized, and not just with the recent things that are happening in Afghanistan, but then it's been quite some time when the US has realized that this is not probably possible, that they would be able to manage the various geopolitical, geoeconomic situations on their own in every part of the world, except probably their immediate neighborhood. I personally feel that more than propagating a liberal order, or maybe the aim is a liberal order, the means are quite realistic, because it's eventually countries bandwagoning towards one power center to balance against the other. So that's how I would see it. But anyway, I see Tamar. Sorry, you have something to say? Then we'll go to Farid.
The thing, that's why if you notice, I said that the US claims to establish a liberal order, because at the end of the day, the face value is not exactly the methods that are being used, right?
Clearly. Absolutely. Tamari, you want something to say?
Yes, as a suggestion, I want to continue on that US should hold other countries close to Quad countries closer to them, because Russia always sees US as a threat and actually thinks Quad as the way to the West. And so they might actually see like US, if US holds Quad countries closer, like a big bird trying to protect Quad, and they might actually back off a little bit and try to be friendly in a diplomatic way.
Absolutely. I would certainly want somebody, if not right now, but during the course of our discussion, to also reflect on the fact that whether the pivot or whether what's recently happened in Afghanistan corrodes any confidence on part of the US for Quad, because there's been a lot of questions there. Basically, people I'm hearing on two sides in the security community of intellectuals, that there are people who are saying that with what's happened in Afghanistan, US or Joe Biden right now would have extra resources to concentrate on the Indo-Pacific to be more effective in bringing about a balance on Quad. And then there are the others who say that okay, this is the demise. This is what shows that the balance of power is already shifted, and US has shown that it doesn't have the might and the mettle to intervene in any meaningful way. So if something happens, let's say in Taiwan, you could not really expect much help from the US. So if somebody could reflect on this, on as to what side they're on in terms of the debate, it'll probably be very instructive. But I see Malakai's hand up. So Malakai.
Yeah, coincidentally, I was just about to talk about America's recent situation with Afghanistan, because you're talking about both of the sides, and the side that I probably see it from is more like, well, it's a case where, because America drew out of Afghanistan after so many years and so much investment, it could perceive to be a weaker nation now. It could be perceived that way, mainly because America doesn't have the funds or the power to actually maintain its presence elsewhere. Its role as a hegemonic world power is dwindling because it's getting less involved in other nations. But the way I see it, it's more of a tactical retreat, where it's not wasting its money on situations where it can't really contribute anymore, because retrospection is a big part of, well, international relations today.
Yeah.
Why have there been so many wars today? Why have there been so many different terrorist groups running around, so on and so forth? And I spoke about this yesterday in my conversation with two other fellows regarding representation and inclusion from civil society. And it's a situation where America pretty much has to respond to its people on the ground saying, hey, we're not actually winning over there. Of course, the other side would like vehemently argue that if our soldiers, like if you bring our soldiers back, then you've wasted their efforts. But the argument can only go so far when their presence isn't really helping and is actually hindering the process. But even though it's withdrawn its troops and withdrew from Afghanistan, it doesn't mean that it's going to suddenly like invest more into the Indo-Pacific region. I don't really know what America's going to do. I haven't really studied its recent like foreign policy or anything. But if it was no more in a realist sense, it'll be the case where the country retreats back into itself, revises a plan, and then starts going on to do other stuff that like helps it, and ideally other countries too. But there's partial truth in the fact that America is taking less of a global sheriff role and looking more in its own interest and its own allies' interests too. But fortunately, some of the allies, such as the Quad members, happen to be in the Pacific, so it'll pretty much help out in that sense. So I think it will partially contribute towards the Indo-Pacific region as a result of breaking away from its military commitments elsewhere.
No, so I think you brought forward a very nuanced point of view in this, because the divide is probably not so clear in terms of how things are playing out in reality, as some people make it out to be. That some people are saying that certainly the US has declined, and this is probably the end of the war on terror, and this is probably the end of the US being the preponderant power, and you cannot expect much from them as an extension of that logic into the Indo-Pacific. So you're saying that partially US is certainly bearing lesser of a burden to manage international geopolitics and the world order. But at the same time, it's quite likely that they will, come out stronger on the Indo-Pacific. Not probably to the extent that we expect them to be, but then still, still it'll not be nothing. So I think that's nuanced enough that captures how it's probably going to play out in reality in a better way. Okay, so let me quickly also bring in some perspective from Japan, because Amit, I know, who's been researching on Japan, would be able to say that what is the extent of Japan's contribution towards Quad. We know that this is the country that coined the idea when Shinzo Abe was the prime minister. This is the country which is perhaps most impacted by China along with India. But in terms of security, perhaps the most impacted country, which is threatened by China, as security intellectuals from Japan would say that if Taiwan falls, we are next. So I want to hear from Amit on what is the position of Japan in the whole Quad equation there.
Okay, thank you. So I'll talk about Japan, but let me talk about the whole thing. I was listening for a long time, so as per my understanding.
Amit, could you please speak a little closer to the mic?
Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
This is much better. Thank you.
So I would like to talk about a bit with my understanding all over the whole region. So there is two Quad actually in this region. One is C Quad, another one is M Quad. The C Quad is continental Quad, which is in between Afghanistan, Uzbekistan, Pakistan, and USA. And
sure,
this one is a maritime Quad, which is in between these four superpowers. Now, why we need this Quad? Only for containing China, but the fight is for control over these critical resources, rare earth reserves in these all regions. So there is an estimation that in Afghanistan there is almost $1 to $3 trillion $1 to $3 trillion rare earth reserves are there. In on other side in Myanmar, which is one of the world's, I think, the third largest source of mined rare earths. Now we need these resources. Actually, these resources are required to produce high-tech products, technological products. Now, if you try to understand the whole condition of the world, it's not a unipolar world. It's not a multipolar world. Also, it's a kind of hydropolar world where there is so many poles are there, and the big techs are another pole which is connected with all those other poles. Now the fight is in between these technical companies who will have the access of these reserves. They will control the world. Now there is a two kind of there is a, I mean, Chinese technology firms are there on one side, in another side there is Western technologies. Now what China is doing, they are exporting authoritarian digital governance system to other countries. Now what Quad can do? Actually, Quad have to work on these democratic values, how to use technology to develop these democratic values and export this to other countries. Now, just a minute. So what I was saying, that the Quad countries have to work together to these critical and emerging technologies.
So what I'm seeing is that you're saying that the common value, and
you are
there seems to
breaking
be
actually.
a consensus of the group that the common value on which Quad is based is democracy, but there are other avenues such as trade, technology, etc., which would be great tools in strengthening and also taking the ideals of democracy to
Actually,
other countries and strengthening it in the existing region.
Actually, as per my understanding, this is the only thing what countries can cooperate in between themselves, because
I see.
We don't have anything else. We need a good governance for technology policy. You have to work on these things only. So
tech policy, you think is going to be a great vehicle for
yes,
Quad
because
to
all these countries, yes, all those countries are okay with technology. They have somebody has skilled labor, somebody has technology resources. Now they have to come together to get the access of, to secure the access of those critical resources. If you look at the Kachin state in Myanmar, which is a long border with China, we know that Tatmadaw, which is a Myanmar army, they are very much strong in that Kachin state. They export those resources to China. That means Chinese companies are securing their resources. Another one I just collected from is dysprosium, which is a rare earth material, metal. It makes electrical motor lighter actually. So we need these things for clean energy economy. It's all about future things. This Myanmar is a largest source of this dysprosium. U.S. Department of Energy, they identified dysprosium as the single most critical element among rare earths. That means if China is there, they are securing those things. Now we need Quad for securing these things to challenge
for some of these geo-economic issues.
Yes, we need Quad to secure these resources in favor of democratic countries. Otherwise,
interesting that you bring in the whole thing that's happening in Myanmar into the larger agenda of Quad is to protect democracies.
Yes, indeed. If we look at the map from our country, our left side is Afghanistan, right side is Myanmar. Both are resourceful area, and the South China Sea, which is full of hydrocarbons.
Yes.
So these are the actually fight is for this. There is no other reason to have a Quad or any other things. So we have to secure a resource for that. Only technical cooperation among these countries are the only tool we can work on.
Could I interject here quickly?
Sure, Malakai, sure.
So while I believe that investing in technology and investing in technology for the sake of democracy, well, it's obviously a good idea. They're definitely not the only two things that the Quad is good at. It's a case where that'll be a good long-term suggestion, but the fact is right now, a lot of people, a lot of observers, or even a lot of critics are always questioning what is Quad. And in order to define yourself as an organization or an individual, you have to keep your actions very condensed and focused. And I highlight several strengths of Quad that help define its identity. And of course, one of them is the fact that it consists of 4 democracies that have very different cultural backgrounds. And before even going into Quad, I didn't even know that Japan itself was a democracy. I was like, oh, okay. The UK is also a democracy, but they're completely different cultures and completely different people.
Yeah.
But yeah, in terms of defining what something is, you first need to focus on what needs to happen first. Because again, technological endeavors are going to be useful, but there are things to focus on before we start focusing on counteracting Chinese intelligence gathering. When the first situation that we need to deal with is the fact that there are 4 democracies that need to contain such a power in the first place. So just a little counter argument against Amit's point.
No, but you would agree that technology would be an important thing for Quad countries to cooperate on, and an important arena for Quad countries to develop together, which should have its implications in intelligence, security, etc., etc. But yes, I think where I would find agreement with you is that the larger question is geopolitical security. Then probably comes the question, and a related question then is about the resources which are there. So geoeconomics follows suit, and technology is certainly one of the more important vehicles to address these 2 questions.
And just a general point. Sorry again. I'll make this brief as well. Just a general point regarding anything, be it with organizations or even in group situations as well. When you begin overextending the tasks that you need to do, that's when things become chaotic. So if Quad was a security alliance, a technological development alliance, an environmental alliance, democracy promoting alliance, then it'll be too confused. So it's good enough that it's already security.
There's absolutely this great debate for Quad that should we keep the agenda limited and just focused on security, or then there are people on the other side of the aisle who say that security is one part of the agenda, but then there's also so many other things such as climate change, tech cooperation, and then there are the third group of people who say that you cannot really divorce one from the other. If you are stronger on tech cooperation, climate change, etc., you're automatically going to be stronger in security. And the other argument also holds true that you will not be able to cooperate on tech, environment, etc., unless you have a security underpinning to it, because there have been so many other groupings such as SARC or such as so many others where there was no security underpinning at all, and they did not work out so well. Or there was Seattle, which just had security and it did not have a lot of this other cultural, economic, and environmental cooperation. So Seattle did not even get off the ground and was eventually dissolved. So I think there's something to be said about all these three groups of arguments. But since in the interest of time, let me quickly bring back Vanessa to talk about India's situation in respect to Quad. And probably then after that, we'll eventually come to Malakai to talk about how China sees it and what are some of the strategies that China is adopting to counter it. So,
yeah, thank you, Arpit. So yeah, for India, Quad is actually an opportunity, not just in security terms, but in different avenues as well. So the Quad will actually also help India rebuild its supply chains and reduce the dependency on China. So all Quad members have, have one thing in common, is that they are against Chinese military aggression. But no Quad member has managed to take China to court regarding that. Why? Because they are heavily dependent on trade on China, right? In fact, Philippines was the one to take China to court. And we can see that because China can actually start to weaponize they can weaponize trade. Let's take the pandemic, for instance. They have the ability to weaponize drugs, ventilators, medical equipment. So India's main goal, and as Dr. Nagao also said in one of our Quad meetings, is that all of these Quad states, their agenda is also to be self-reliant in a way. So Quad is actually an opportunity for India, much more than, just in security terms. Then the Quad is also an opportunity for India to change the emerging world order. And this can only be done with the help of strategic relations. And US has already acknowledged India, quote unquote, saying that it is a major defense partner. In 2016, India and US signed Lamau, the Logistics Exchange Memorandum of Agreement. Then in 2020, India and US signed the General Security of Military Agreement. India has also signed agreement with Australia on mutual logistics support. So the Quad takes these strategic steps further. And the Quad is also another opportunity for India to push for multilateralism. Quad meetings have recently been attended by countries like New Zealand, South Korea, Vietnam, and countries like New Zealand have a long history of not being, anti-China. So it's sort of interesting to see how these countries are, being into the Quad forums and trying to negotiate as to how to go forward with it. And what I would like to emphasize on is that India, you can see India undergoing a shift from a traditional non-alignment ideology to actually having a clear position in the Quad. And this includes a partnership with the US and Japan. And Foreign Minister Jaishankar has redressed the argument of India's non-alignment and strategic autonomy ideology, and argues for a more pragmatic and calculated geopolitical realism suitable for the leading nation. So because India has advancing in these in the sphere, we can see India actually embracing the FOIP language, the free and Indo-Pacific language that it did not embrace before. Right, so we can see that shift in from India's point of view. So yeah,
absolutely interesting. And from what I hear from you, it's also lending towards the larger agenda of how the world order should be, and not just about China or any country in particular, because now you have New Zealand and now you have so many other countries also talking about how can they cooperate together. So I think this framing of Quad in terms of just strengthening or building the world order in a more meaningful way is also an interesting perspective in it. Well, finally,
I would also like to talk about how different states are also looking at India as a preferred destination for investment. as Ratna spoke about, trade diversification, and I think this is very important for the Quad. In fact, Apple established a manufacturing base in collaboration with Foxconn in India, and then South Korea, Samsung has closed operations in China and has relocated manufacturing units in India. So it's important to see how India can actually
the supply chains are shifting.
Yes. And India is actually a very key player in influencing all of this foreign policy.
No, absolutely.
So that's from India's perspective.
Absolutely. Perfect. Let me finally bring in Malakai because I think one really important country in the whole Quad equation is China, and it would not be a complete discussion unless we bring in that perspective and the role of China, the influence of China in the whole Quad equation. So Malakai, over to you.
Okay. This will be a combination of my research and Arlena's efforts as well. So I'll begin. Because this will feed into what Vanessa was just talking about.
We can also probably get Arlena to speak a little bit about that if Arlena can.
I'll just leave it to Malakai for now, but I can just say, sorry, Malakai, about what Vanessa just said about this shifting in supply chain to India. It should be noted, like it's should kind of note that China, at the beginning, they saw Quad as like C4. They just dismissed Quad. And it's only recently they started to look at Quad as a threat. And they will only like really see it as a threat if Quad nations deliver concrete results that undermines like China's economic appeal, right, in the region. And that can happen like if this make new supply chains, as like Vanessa was saying. So for me, it's like for the future of Quad, they have to come to grips, or like they have to acknowledge that they need to have a forward-leading approach in opposing China's activities in the region, because what was mentioned, I think several times as well. If one nation defects to China, Quad will just be doomed again. Sort of. So yeah. Over to you, Malakai. Sorry.
Yeah. Pretty much following on from what Arlena just said as well. A year after Quad was pretty much revived in 2018, as Arlena said, the China's foreign minister, basically called Quad a great idea that'll just fade away like foam in the sea. But I do believe that stance has changed by 2021, because it's the case where Quad's growing influence in the Indo-Pacific and its promotion of a free and open Indo-Pacific is growing as an obstacle for Chinese regional growth. And as a response, China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs has highlighted its interest in future developments in the Indo-Pacific, kind of like adapting to the fact that, okay, if these people or if these countries are actually encroaching upon our space, we're going to have to do something about it. If we can't fight back, then let's say that we're working with them. Let's say, okay, cool, India and America are investing more in the region that we're interested in. We're supporting of it. But at the same time, they also say, we're also in great support of freedom of movement in international waters. And of course, on the surface level, it's like, okay, yeah, there's also free trade of boats and so on and so forth, but then that also extends to naval expansion as well. So there's also that lingering threat of China supposedly adapting to this new environment, but for its own purposes. But again, it's also held back by the fact that it also has relations with Quad members, like I mentioned earlier, and vice versa. Like again, Australia is significantly dependent on China right now for trade and economic purposes. So even if Australia was to like provide America with a space where it could station its troops and be that sanction where American soldiers can go to if Japan does fall in that case, even then it's still obliged to support China's needs in its own region. And even its relation with India, even China's relations with India, although they may not be like the best of friends on the international stage, they're still part of different groups, such as security groupings or even economic groupings, such as the BRICS nations.
Yeah,
they're an economic bloc, and even in another security bloc, they've worked alongside China and India have worked alongside Pakistan and other countries in several military drills several years ago. So there are still these existing relations at the national level, and of course we can look at everything from the top just by looking at each country as like a whole actor. But there are different actors within the countries that interact with each other too, including people who trade, including businesses and military organizations. So it's not as simple as saying, okay, China's completely locked down or China's going to attack everybody. There are different relations at play there. So China is being realistic about this fact, even though it's still maintaining its drive to expand, but it's also acknowledging the fact that it has to expand with soft power rather than hard power much more often than it could before.
Absolutely. I think, again, a very nuanced argument over there. And it's interesting to also track what would be the domestic interest groups' perspective towards dealing with China, because obviously China has a lot of integrated trade interests with all of the Quad countries right now, with India, Japan, Australia, the United States, and a lot of the conflict is not good for business. So that's an important point to think about. And also, I really like how you have put this really sophisticated strategy or stance coming from China, where it is on the surface of it encouraging more cooperation towards strengthening governance and strengthening economic stability in the Indo-Pacific, but then at the same time giving out statements such as Quad is going to just dissolve like foam on the water, and so it's an interesting dynamic over there for sure. So thank you so much, all of our fellows who've been part of the Quad group, your research. We are looking forward to reading your paper, and thank you so much for such important and multi-dimensional perspectives on this particular issue. Obviously, Quad is something that's evolving, and we would keep closely tracking how it turns out to be. But thank you for bringing in your perspectives and throwing in light on some of these issues that define the future of Quad. So thank you so much. Now we'll take a short break, after which we'll have our last segment of the International Ideation Summit, which is a very interesting debate on degrowth versus sustainable development. So stay tuned for that, and thank you once again.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is a place where you are not really a student, we are not really teachers, we're all coming together in a community of fellowship, and that's the reason why we call it a fellowship, where we think that everybody makes knowledge or builds knowledge based on the ideas that they already have in their mind.
The problem is greenhouse gas emissions that affect the temperature of the climate.
You have to go back to the basics each time you feel you run into an ambiguous situation. And that's where things like critical thinking and problem solving and root cause problem solving comes in. For example, starts with defining first what the problem is rather than getting into solving the problem.
We're seeing the limits of the multilateral system as it was conceived 75 years ago being reached. And you see a big fight going on many levels, including these disarmament affairs. On, let's say, I always say it's basically three levels that we see fights going on here in the UN, including on this armament affairs. The first is on language, the second is on money, and the third one is on positions.
Companies like Microsoft is a good example that have committed even not just to become net zero, but they want to sort of offset their historic emissions as well. So those are incredibly ambitious targets, and that's good. You know, we want that ambition, we want that awareness.
Policy making body on environment at the same level with the General Assembly for all other issues globally. But for environment, it established the United Nations Environment Assembly.
ION-term, IOI, or impact on investment. So that's essentially what this, your management really should all be about. You're trying to maximize impact on investment.
The fact that the G7 came together and pledged an additional 1 billion doses of the COVID vaccine next year on top of the 1 billion that's already been promised. This is important. Of course, there's been criticism saying that's not enough. Of course, it's not enough. But still, that's 1 billion.
You might define it as coordinated and synchronized actions that often deliberately targets democratic states.
So as an international relations and diplomacy, it often is very important, to be heard, to be able to state your case and your position. Whether you get it in the end is a different story, but in order, you have to be transparent, you have to be inclusive, and that was something that Copenhagen was not. As you perhaps know, there were like backdoor negotiations, but Paris was very, very open, very inclusive.
Every year I went to the last fantastic. You met people who were thinking out of the line, out of the box. It's not a small box, it's a huge box. It shows that Egypt has the capacity to develop a global industry that can service the whole world, the whole corporate world.
New technologies are emerging and being developed at the faster pace than ever. So I do think that we are going to need to do kind of a bigger job than we are doing today in a way to get new kinds of arms control in a broad sense to work on, to discuss about the role of these.
Science of attribution, of being able to say, has changed so much that now you are able to look at the probability of events happening and the link to climate change, the link to fossil fuels. We're seeing incredible things happening in ports these days.
GPODS has helped us build such a rich network of professionals who are truly global and, are actually working at the cutting edge of solving some real policy problems.
The ability of GPODS to actually stimulate us intellectually is what best qualifies and characterizes it. And I feel personally, for me, it has really broadened my horizons.
So grateful to have had this opportunity over the last 3 months to get to know you all and also just have such incredible mentorship and intellectual stimulation. Coming out of grad school, I think I was really lacking that in my life, and to be able to have such dynamic conversations.
I would like to look at a case study of Cambodia in Thailand. In Thailand, in 2018, the government actually set aside a social security program that also provides an health security for the 1/5% of the urban poor, and it is called National Health Equity Program. And in this equity program, it comes with two facets. Number one, it's helped to guarantee the health security of the people of the 1/5% of urban poor and the poorest of the poor in the country, and also help to empower the hospitals and the district hospitals with equipment, with facilities that would aid them in attending to the urban poor.
As I said, Venezuelan migrant women, and they are caught in between a situation where their original healthcare system of their home country is not adequate to meet the needs and expectations of COVID-19. So they historically have been migrants to neighboring countries such as Colombia, but because of the restrictions on equal access to healthcare as well as other universal human rights in Colombia, it becomes a precarious situation for these migrant women who are looking for safe jobs, who are trying to avoid gender-based violence, which unfortunately is very frequently occurring over there, on top of not having that healthcare access, and are actually, in most cases, forced to return home to Venezuela. And during this pandemic, it's not good. In general,
it was an amazing experience because I would say I've come from a totally quantitative background, and this program has given my mind some great wings because I've met mentors from different walks of life and transcending many different avenues of human endeavor. So in that sense, I would say it's total diversification, and very, very thankful to GPODS and to the fellow mates.
All right. Hi. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the last panel round of the International Ideation Summit of GPODS Fellowship. We are extremely glad if you have been a part of our discussions since yesterday, and hope that you have found this to be extremely insightful and fruitful. Up until now, you would have gotten to know so much, ranging from space talks to environmental talks, policy talks, and whatnot. But now I think it's the fun bit. We now have the debate panel on one of the most crucial topics in the current times. We are addressing the big question here on what should be the need of the hour, degrowth or sustainable development. Sustainable development requires social inclusion and rational use of natural resources. But the current economic model that emphasizes growth at any cost is at odds with the main characteristics of such development. We know that in the wake of the COVID crisis, scholars and climate activists were everywhere, and they petitioned and called for an end to a capitalist system which pursued growth at all costs. Instead, they advocated for degrowth, which directly challenges the view that more is always better. Now, the question is this, is this the time for us to live with less? And what really is the need of the hour for us? Is it sustainable development or degrowth? And we have a wonderful set of people who are so brilliant and just beaming with ideas to make our world a better place. We have with us our GPODS fellows. And as I go one by one to you all, if you could just wave and cheer us with a big smile, that would be great. We have with us Alif Azadi Tawfiq, Ishan Chaturvedi, Meghna Hodapalli, Suparna Srivastava, Srishti Goyal, Khushbu Mehta, and Yuhina Sanga. Thank you so much, and I welcome you all. Just to make it a little easier for the audience and to also relate to the rules of this debate panel, I would be sharing my screen and giving you the context in that regards. I hope that the screen is visible to you all. Can you just give me a thumbs up? Thanks. All right. As you can see, that the title of the debate and the topic, the motion that we're discussing today is the need of the hour, which is sustainable development or degrowth. And in this regards, we are going to follow a pattern where we have two teams. The two teams would be divided into two, they would be having 4 speakers in each of the team. The government, who would be supporting the motion, and the opposition, who opposes the motion. The context, of course, that we can provide you over here is the fact that degrowth approaches advocate for drastic reductions in consumption and rejects the importance of traditional economic growth metrics. And the context of sustainable development that advocates for forms of economic growth that are aligned and synergized with social inclusion and environmental protection. You can also see a list of all the speakers who would be there in the respective teams. We'll, of course, begin off with the opening speech segment, where each speaker will deliver an opening speech for a maximum of about 4 minutes. And the order of speeches will alternate between the government team and the opposition team, where we'll begin off with the government team. We'll then proceed to the rebuttal segment, where each team will be given 2 time slots to deliver rebuttals. Each time slot is for a maximum of about 4 minutes. The order of the time slot will alternate between the government team and the opposition team, and we'll again begin off with the government team. The team can, however, decide each time slot among themselves, and they can choose to divide the time slot among more than one speaker or designate just one person for the entire team slot as well. We'll move on to reply to the audience questions segment, of course, because we would encourage the audience, and since we do see that there are most of our GPODS fellows sitting in the audience, we would encourage them to pose some hard questions, some fiery questions for the team here, which of course we'll be taking one by one, and the teams will get about 2 minutes to respond to the question. Again, we'll be beginning off with the government team. And lastly, we'll be just giving about a minute or so to every team to wind up their closing comments. All right. I think with that being clear, can we now just begin off and invite someone, the first speaker from the government? And if you can just raise your hand and we can invite you to speak up now and present your thoughts. Hi, Pitli. Thank you so much. Please join in. All right. So we can just kick off this from your speech now. Go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, Madam Chair, welcome to the Anthropocene, the Great Acceleration, the chalked out roadmap towards a mass extinction. It will be the 6th of our planet's history, but the first caused by human activity. Ecological collapse, tipping points, surpassing planetary boundaries. The warning bells are ringing, but climate catastrophe is being discussed as something we can avert with business as usual and a hint of green. As the science fiction author William Gibson famously put it, the future is already here. It's just not evenly distributed, end quote. The repercussions of this broken system of extraction, production, consumption by a few is causing unimaginable death and destruction for the most vulnerable, the urban poor, the global poor. While humanity is busy chasing these universally agreed upon fictions we like to call success, development, and growth, things we measure with metrics like the gross domestic product or GDP, we must ask ourselves as citizens of the world, what is the true value of the forests we cut down to further our monetary greed? What is the true value of the water we contaminate with industrial waste? What is the true value of lobbying with pesticide and fertilizer industries that were creations of a war and have caused sickness for humans, extinction of biodiversity we were meant to live in harmony with? The current rules of the game place value on one thing and one thing only: capital. Does capitalism's call for constant growth with no boundaries justify growth for growth's sake? This concept seems so natural because our systems, institutions, and our subconscious is so deeply embedded in it. But there is nothing natural about infinite growth. Organisms grow, reach maturity, and maintain a state of healthy equilibrium. There is a limit to growth. When organisms continue to grow, it's because of radical cells that know no limits. And the cancer, the sickness, the growth, it's deadly. Our ever-growing GDP is the basis of sustainable development and all the policies and goals it aspires to achieve. And who's making money when the national income grows? Over the past 40 years, 28% of all new income from global GDP has gone to the richest 1%. 1/3 of all the labor endured, all the resources extracted, and the CO2 emitted is to make the rich richer, while the poor don't have the basic needs for human subsistence. Sustainable development provides a band-aid on the problem, but no cure to the sickness. Simon Kuznets, the designer of the modern GDP, said himself, and I quote, "The welfare of a nation can scarcely be inferred from a measurement of national income," end quote. With degrowth, we propose to change the rules of the game. We propose to dilute the measure of GDP so that if a country does not grow or experiences negative growth in order to respect the environmental limits, this does not lead to a recession or a state of economic collapse. We propose a life of dignity for all, a shift from an infinite growth state, a bubble of electric vehicles, steel straws, eco-friendly stuff we don't really need, to a welfare state where all of humanity has access to regenerative food, clean water, housing, renewable energy, healthcare, shareable transport, education, happiness, and time to soak it all in. A reduction in consumption in the global north so that the global south can consume enough to live a comfortable life. A reduction in production and consumption to levels that fulfill humanity's needs and not one that creates wants to sustain infinite growth. We propose a true participative democracy, the creation of open, connected, and local alternative economies. We propose to decouple profits from prosperity. The time has come. We need change, maybe not by desire for many, but by necessity. Maybe we change because of the same anthropocentric lens that got us here in the first place. But there is a need for change. The United Nations Sustainable Development Goals provide a holistic roadmap to a greener future. However, the context we hope to implement them in is the paradox of our times. Yes, the concept of degrowth does sound ideal and utopian, and a realist would laugh at the possibility. But it exists. We already have some beautiful examples of this ideology in practice. The indigenous communities of the Amazon forests, permaculture with its beautiful ethics of earth care, people care, and fair share, gift economies, eco-villages like Crystal Waters in Australia, the Kingdom of Bhutan's introduction of the Gross National Happiness Index, and most recently, New Zealand's Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern adopting well-being as the country's main objective. UK's WWF CEO Tanya Steele says, I quote, "We are the first generation to know we are destroying our planet and the last one that can do anything about it," end quote. So let's do away with these obsolete ideologies. It's time to change the rules of the game. Thank you.
Thank you, Titli. That was indeed a very powerful start to this whole debate. Thank you so much. I would like to invite the first speaker from the opposition team. Could you let me know who it is?
Trishti here.
Yes, thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening, Madam Chairperson and my fellow parliamentarians. The government is advocating adoption of degrowth approaches against sustainable development approaches when looking at the issue from an environmentalist point of view. The opposition begs to differ, as looking at an issue from one lens does more harm than good. We strongly advocate for approaches which are holistic in nature, like sustainable development that meets the need of the present without compromising the ability of the future generations to meet their own needs. It is relevant to note that degrowth can itself be sustainable or unsustainable. As noted by Schneider and others in the paper published in 2010, an unsustainable degrowth will pave the way to economic recession that deteriorates social conditions. The opposition would like to understand why the government is willing to go to such an extreme end of the continuum and adopt this radical measure. Historically, we understand the words development and growth were used interchangeably when it was understood that the trickle-down effect of economic growth will pave the way to development by addressing the issues faced by the population at the bottom of the pyramid. However, the trickle-down approach with extensive focus on economic growth in a finite world did not pan out because we had put all our eggs in one basket instead of diversifying and understanding the power of cooperative action. Now the question is, why do we have to always think in binaries? Why do we believe if X did not work, then the negative of X will work? Why do we have to talk in black or white? Why can we not focus on the gray? Yes, my esteemed fellow parliamentarians, sustainable development is that gray area. It essentially gives you the best of both worlds. It focuses on responsible consumption and production, which is basically the essence of degrowth. And it takes away the focus from rampant economic growth, as it includes 17 goals and 169 targets and pivots towards sustained and inclusive economic growth, which is a part of one of the sustainable development goals, thus taking away the negative consequences of excessive focus on economic growth. Degrowth is rather a drastic measure that, while shaking up the system, will not only create unintended consequences, but the feedback loop within the system would effectively make sure that we have no idea on the eventual outcomes of the policy measures adopted. Sustainable development, on the other hand, acts as a bridge between where we are today and where we intend to be. Implementing more community-based actions which impact behavior in the short run would also take us to the place where the degrowthers want us to be without the disruption of our entire system. Gradual and incremental changes in such situations are more favorable than drastic reduction of consumption. Furthermore, it is easier and more efficient to regulate proper and sustainable production of the limited number of firms versus regulating consumption patterns of the whole population of the country. We believe the problem isn't consumption, but consumerism, which is equally the burden of the producers. So the opposition would like to ask the government, why are we planning to adopt a disruptive approach when we clearly have a constructive one? Thank you, that's my time.
Thank you so much, Srishti. I think, again, I must say that those were some points that really had to be brought out in these in this slide and in this debate. So thank you so much for touching upon those. I would like to now invite the second member from the government team. Go ahead, Meena.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. The recently released sixth assessment report has claimed that even the severest of cuts are unlikely to prevent global warming of 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial temperatures. We could surpass 1.5 degrees within the next 2 decades. The consequences are going to be disastrous. How on earth did it get this bad? The crux of the answer is that we as human beings have forgotten the timeless teachings and principles of simple living that our ancestors across all cultures swore by. We began to seek infinite growth on a planet with finite resources. We've adopted a culture that worships materialism. Over the past few decades especially, the line between our needs and our wants has gotten extremely blurred. All we focus on through our existing economic and by extension political and cultural systems is endless consumption. This has led us to now face not one, but 3 planetary crises: climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution, all of which threaten our very existence. Needless to say, urgent and radical action is the need of the hour. At the moment, unfortunately, there is a false notion that opting for solutions such as green growth and sustainable development is the silver bullet to all our environmental and social challenges. It's not. Sustainable development, for instance, is a consumption-based solution that leaves consumers under the impression that they have done their bit to solve the planetary crises through actions such as purchasing organic food, metal straws, electric vehicles, and by installing solar panels. It's too late for that, since consumption-based solutions quite literally fail to solve problems that stem from endless consumption and consumerism. We need to focus on bringing about fundamental change in our culture. Degrowth is one such culture-based solution. We must reinvent our work to consume culture to step out of the trap of pursuing resource-intensive economic and material reinforcers. We could instead enrich our lives by pursuing aesthetic and intellectual reinforcers like art, music, sports, politics, and science. This can be done, for instance, by reducing work hours, through which we will be trading leisure time with material wealth, thereby automatically reducing resource consumption and the need to consume in general. Overall, Redefining societal success by adopting well-being indicators instead of economic indicators would not only help in solving our environmental challenges, but also help in drastically improving our quality of life. This would do wonders to our social relationships and our physical and mental well-being, and help us achieve self-actualization in the long run. Such culture-based solutions must also be strengthened through regulatory solutions to promote, for example, sharing economies and to deter advertising that fuels wasteful consumption. Limiting advertising is especially important as it tends to lead people to believe that all good things in life are intrinsically linked to materialism. Unfortunately, this leads people to believe that the things they seek, love, friendship, emotional experiences, all come with price tags attached. We would also require dissemination solutions, which are key to building the coalitions to implement the regulatory reforms. This would be crucial to fostering social collaboration and cooperation and improving environmental awareness. The second reason to opt for culture-based solutions over consumption and consumerism-based solutions is that the latter will lead to rebound effects. That is, an increase in the efficiency of energy use, for instance, might reduce energy consumption in the short run, but it functions to cause an increase in consumption in the long run. An example of this would be the installation of solar pumps in a village in Maharashtra, which had led to the overexploitation of water. Over the past 10 years, for example, the village had seen a decrease in the groundwater levels by 25 feet, as renewable energy powered pumps had increased complacency among farmers. A similar example can be stated in comparison between plastic cups and paper cups. Because plastic cups would be deemed more unsustainable as opposed to paper cups, people with the option of consuming paper cups would consume more paper cups instead of just going for reusable cups. In conclusion, given the delicate nature of our planet's ecosystem, consumption and consumerism in any shape or form, unsustainable or sustainable, is bound to lead to an imbalance in the Earth system. Degrowth is not about solving the current environmental crises alone. It is a way of life that would ensure we do not overstep planetary boundaries and would thereby avert any future planetary and social crises. Adopting degrowth will ensure we live in harmony with nature and with each other, thereby enabling us to play the long game of human existence the right way. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Meghna. Those were very well communicated to us. Thank you so much. All right, moving on to the second member of the opposition team, please. Khushbu, yes, please go ahead.
Right. So thank you so much, Madam Chair, and good evening, everyone. So while the degrowthers propose decoupling and reducing our growth dependence, all the while trying to attack consumption behavior, we believe that unprecedented levels of consumption is actually more like a symptom rather than a root cause of the issue. What here I mean the fact is that the generation of waste as a result of economic activity and consumption generated in homes and at workplaces is one of the biggest problems facing the planet. In fact, according to the report by the World Bank, in the OECD countries alone, which is where society plays a key role, 572 million tons of rubbish are produced every year, making up 44% of the total global generation. And thereby, we need to recreate a system which is more restorative and regenerative. Especially, we need to move from the current economy model that is take, make, and waste, which end up filling up in landfills, to a system that restores biological materials, regenerates technical materials. And this is why I think what we need is the circular economy. And as being a strong proponent for sustainable development, we really want to ask you all that who doesn't love donuts? I mean, our framework for sustainable development is a donut itself. And and this theory entails that to be able to balance societal well-being with ecological well-being calls for the radical change in the way our current economy functions. We need to start looking at the economy not just separately, but hand in hand with the social justice and also ecological well-being. And that is why it becomes very important that we need to move from the current extractive system, which is linear economy, to regenerative, to a more redistributive one, from resource accumulation to fair redistribution. And at its core, we can see that the donut vision is also in line with the principle of regenerative and redistributive economy by design, because the circular economy itself, in fact, focuses on the resource efficiency, promoting business models and incentives that would again would help in reducing the carbon footprint. And also what we really need to focus upon the fact that when we talk about the circular economy, it is able to provide the practical solution, which would entail radical change in perspective by people or by companies when it comes to dealing with the lack of resources, environmental impact, value creation, and employment. Because currently we can see that because of this urbanization, there is a string of problems attached to it, be it waste, be it energy demands, be it growing population. And in order to avoid resource depletion and wastage, the circular economy put greater emphasis on reuse, repair, and recycling items. And as a consequence, it helps in allowing Earth's capacity to renew by minimizing the dependency over natural resources such as air, water, and soil. And all of this, of course, involves a paradigm shift in existing business model, and also involves system thinking and multi-stakeholder approach, be it corporations, government, and individuals. And that is why it won't be wrong to say that the circular economy strives to regenerate the economy by emphasizing on social sustainable responsibility. Because with not just, we are not currently facing the rise of greenhouse gas emission, but also the growing inequalities. And that is why it has become very important that we need to focus on the eco design and also the better representation of informal workers and ethical trade practices, which again is an essence of the sustainable development. And as we all know that in fact both sides are aware that we are crossing our planetary boundaries with the current system, but our framework also includes the metrics for basic human development like availability of food, water, housing, etc. And a system falls short of fulfilling these needs as well. And sustainable development is often defined as, like during our school days, we must have heard of that, fulfilling the needs of the present while not compromising needs of the future. And at this point, we are losing in both these regards. And we are barely able to meet the needs of the current generation. Forget about that, what's going to happen with the future generation. And we've already gone beyond our planetary boundaries, giving our children a world whose future seems bleak. So, so that's what I want to leave with this thought, that how we should go about the current crisis that we all grappling with it, be biodiversity loss, be it air pollution, and also the climate change. And of course, IPCC report has already given us a red signal that the humanity is all being facing into. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Khushbu. Thank you so much for those thoughts. Moving on to the third member of the government team now. Could you just unmute yourself and let us know who you are?
Yes.
Hi, Divina. Yes, please go ahead.
And thank you everyone for joining in. So we propose degrowth by design and not by catastrophe. Sustainable development advocates will call the COVID-19 crisis attributing to degrowth. The overall GDP of the world dropped 3%, but at the same time, environment thrived when human interaction and intervention was reduced drastically. However, we beg to differ because the world wasn't ready to combat the shift in the economic system, as our sole focus was in growth and growth only. And it boils down to a simple fact that the world was simply producing too much. The world is producing too many greenhouse gases. It is overfishing. It is overpolluting. It is unsustainable in dozen ways, form from deforestation to plastic accumulating in the oceans. Now, in the current economic system, it's only the handful and privileged states, mainly from the global north, who have the power and to regulate when it comes to bringing a change or a shift in the current economic system. The ecological crisis is not being caused by human beings as such, but by the particular economic system, namely the capitalist world system. But because wealthy societies are so focused on growing the economy, those gains have been immediately plowed back into the economy, producing more stuff for the same ecological footprint, yes, but not shrinking the ecological footprint in the first place. An example to that would be countries of global north offshoring their manufacturing units to global south and thus reducing its carbon footprint. Even under the Paris Agreement, the commitments that nations have made us headed on a trajectory that will get us about only 3 degrees of warming by the end of the century within the lifetime of the present generation, which is just simply borderline. Now, not all humans are equally responsible for the climate crisis, and this is a vital point, for example, emissions. 92% of the total global emissions is caused by the global north. US alone is responsible for the 40%. And the global south is 8% only, which is densely populated. The vast majority of consequences of climate breakdown are suffered in the global south, far more than any other state in global north. More than 90% of economic costs are suffered in the south, and more than 98% deaths are in the south. What makes capitalism so distinctive? And that's the question we need to ask. It's simply so organized around and dependent on perpetual growth of ever-increasing levels of extraction and production and consumption. It requires that its first and only intrinsically expansionary system in the human history is that if it doesn't grow, it collapses. And this is some of the argument that sustainable development advocates would say, that degrowth is simply recession, and which state would transition to degrowth, because no state would want to transition to recession. But this is where I feel we need to debunk the myth about degrowth, because it's not about recession, it's simply about scaling down. And that is why when we have this misconception of GDP, we have our politicians, policymakers, economists simply running over towards GDP. What we need to understand is to abandon the concept of GDP as an objective and focus what we want to achieve directly, instead of assuming that growing the GDP will magically going to accomplish our objectives. So if you want to improve education or healthcare or wages, we need to target those objectives individually and not look at the overall global GDP chart. For instance, we can achieve very high levels of human well-being with relatively low levels of GDP. As US with GDP per capita of $600,000 a year, making it one of the richest countries in the world, and yet Costa Rica has 80% less GDP per capita than the USA, and yet they have longer and healthier lifespan and rank higher in well-being and better social indicators than in many other parts of the society. The reason Costa Rica is being able to do it is simply by prioritizing on the needs of the society. Now, moving on to the next segment. Now we see so many cultural shifts in our society that people seems to be adopting, whether it be minimalism, zero waste, or slow living. Those with the privilege to do so are working to carve out some respite from the unhappiness of the capitalist alienation. All these lifestyle choices correctly recognize the detrimental effect of capitalism consumption on life and environment. Degrowth positions itself in an anti-capitalist framework that seeks, in the words of Professor Mark Whitehead, who defines degrowth as downscaling of production and consumption that increases human well-being and enhances ecological conditions and equity on the planet. In 2019, more than 11,000 scientists signed William Ripple's 2019 letter, World Scientists, warning of a climate emergency, which argues that, quote, our goals need to shift from GDP growth and the pursuit of affluence towards sustaining ecosystems and improving human well-being by prioritizing basic needs and reducing inequality, and seriously reconsider degrowth as an economic system. Now, degrowth has proven to be successful, wherein the local communities have stepped up and taken initiative, for instance. The regeneration rainforest drive taken by the indigenous communities of Madagascar to combat a practice going on for centuries, mainly for drought, has proven to be very successful, because degrowth as an idea takes account of all the stakeholders and is far more inclusive in nature, because it assures stakeholders that there is an equal care to all as it's central to the degrowth, because degrowth futures we envision, and in caring for change. Our degrowth is intersectional in nature. Thank you, and that's my time.
Thank you so much, Yuvina. Some very strong points made out there. Thank you. We would be inviting the third member of the opposition team, please. The third member from the opposition team, if you could just unmute yourself and speak up. I think that's you, Suparna, isn't you? Gauri, do you mind just checking up if there's something wrong with Suparna's thing?
Right.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Alright.
loud and clear.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. I am going to talk about green growth and take it forward from what my fellow panelist Khushbu was talking about. So, basic question which degrowth advocates raise is whether green growth would be able to enable us to stay within the planetary boundaries, within the environmental limits. And I would answer with a simple yes. Yes, it's possible. But we should restrict ourselves from, putting in efforts to check consumption. Rather, we should focus our energies into improving efficiencies. I think that is a vital point. When we talk about our production mechanisms, we should look into ways where the productivity improvements are implemented. So with the same X amount of resources, where we were getting, say, Y amount of output, we would now get twice the amount of output, 10 times the amount of output. Sky is the limit. You just need to come up with innovative solutions and basically look into the efficiencies in the system. Let's take an example, a very simple example of how we use crude oil for our cars. The process it goes through. We extract, we convert, we transmit, we distribute. So from the time oil is taken out from the ground and it reaches our cars and the car functions from place A to place B, there is a lot of inefficiency. We lose about more than 95% of the energy during the entire process. So why not focus our energies into minimizing the losses, minimizing the losses, right? So what I propose and what we should look into is funding research and development. We should come up with more solutions. We have technologies like AI, we have blockchains. So technological advancements have gone through the roof, and we should look for opportunities where we can apply these into our manufacturing, into our agriculture, into all these sectors, right? The question that would come in anybody's mind is, it would be very expensive. I agree. The initial investment would be high. We have seen this with solar panels, right? So solar PVs, and we've seen it. We see it with electronic vehicles. It is always expensive, but as economies of scale kick in, as our knowledge, as our learnings increase, we can utilize the resources in a smarter way. So I'll keep it very short because I really want to drill down this point. I want you all to dwell about it, think over it. The key is to build our knowledge, look for policies which would enable creativity, innovation, so that we can do things better and we get the same output with the same amount of resources. So we are using the same resources with minimal environmental degradation, right? So this is what I propose, and this is what I would request you all to ponder on and think about. And I will end my opening statement at this point.
Thank you so much, Suparna. Those were some very great points that were thrown over here on the floor. Thank you so much. The fourth member of the government team, can we have you now?
Test. Can you hear me? Awesome. Mr. and Madam Speaker, the government side has talked about how degrowth is better at reforming the unfair system that has resulted in the climate crisis that we're addressing now. Meghna also talked about how degrowth makes people happier and how it's better at preventing long-term and future planetary crises. Yuhina also talked about how degrowth is more inclusive and how that transition is possible. We think that the opposition side has not been able to address these questions and talk about how degrowth is much more inclusive and much better at increasing people's happiness. I'm now going to talk about a key question that faces all environmentalist movement, which is the political question. I'm going to show to you how degrowth is more strategic at growing our political influence within many democracies. And second, how degrowth will result in better policy decision and outcomes. But before I continue, just one quick rebuttal towards Khushbu's circular economy and Suparna's idea of efficiency, because they completely disregard Meghna's previous argumentation about rebound effects, which is that circular economy and efficiencies only make it so that we can use less natural resources to produce, but that just means that we can produce more and consume more. And that isn't actually meant to reduce the natural demand, that the natural resource demand that people are exploiting on the earth. And that just means more consumption and more production at the end of the day. So they don't actually achieve any of the environmental objectives that the environmentalist movement wants to achieve. So to my argument, how do we grow our political influence? Political influence is important because that's how we get the policy changes that we need to address the climate crisis. And that's also to get the support of the society to make the behavioral and cultural changes that we need society to make. However, we think that degrowth touches the majority of the world's sentiments better than sustainable development. And there's a couple of sentiments that I want to talk about. Number one, many people agree that environmental protection is more important than economic growth. So first, in Yale 2018 poll, we found that 77% of Americans say that environmental protection is more important than growth. This is reflective over how current approaches aren't sufficient to address the climate crisis, because many people see that we're going to pass our deadlines in the current status quo. We see that there's a global movement of young people that see climate crisis as an existential threat and that their future is going to be harmed. So they're willing to prioritize everything to get environmental protection, even economic growth. And we see this also in green parties and agendas proliferating all over the world, like in Europe and Canada, as green politicians are growing and as agendas in Southeast Asia and South America are being implemented. The second sentiment is that many people are growing disillusioned to our current forms of sustainable development. What does this mean? The middle class, according to GEP, has been growing year after year. But we see that their economic anxiety has also been increasing as more recessions are happening, for example, and their financial security is in tatters. As Meghna noted, many people are still unhappy, even though we're consuming records amount in past history and we have more material wealth than in the past. Sustainable development also doesn't address the inequality that is growing all over the world and is increasing all over the world. So more and more people can't attain the standards of happiness that economic growth has normalized in society, that you can only feel happy if you consume more and more. And lastly, sustainable development often asks people to replace what they already have with something new and pressuring them to buy those new things. So replace your old car and buy new electric cars. And this is problematic because not only is it costly for people to have to buy more and more and use more of their income, it reinforces the belief that environmentalism is expensive and it's only for the rich and it's going to burden the poor people in society. It's also a very top-down approach because it coerces certain behaviors to the rest of the society. Lastly, we also think there's a momentum, a lifestyle change that is happening that is in line with degrowth. This is the first generation that is poorer than previous generations. And this generation is steadily shifting their behavior so that they're consuming less, they're becoming minimalist, they're growing or planting their own food, and they're rejecting the rat race of material wealth. So we don't believe that sustainable development, with their continued support of economic growth, is going to touch these concerns and make more people included in the environmental movement. But secondly, apart from touching people's current sentiments, we think that degrowth better taps into the network of grassroots and bottom level communities that environmentalists need to touch. Because the problem with sustainable development is that it's very technocratic. It's very centralized, it's very elitist. It involves economists or social policymakers in closed doors, designing interventions and policies that shape many people's lives. And so not only are many of these people like well off, they're educated, they're privileged, they don't really understand that they're actually the ones contributing to environmental destruction, but also it's not an inclusive form of environmental protection because it doesn't start with the people force. Degrowth, with its emphasis on localized communities, creating independent systems, mean that we are naturally going to find more allies from local communities, allying farmer villages, for example, allying with indigenous groups, for example, allying with labor unions, for example. And these are the people who are often left out of sustainable development because it's so technocratic and so centralized from the state level. Lastly, I'm going to talk about really quickly how we get better policy decisions. We talked about how degrowth is a better plan than sustainable development. Now I'm going to talk about how realistically we'll get better policy compromises in degrowth instead of sustainable development. Number one, we can push political compromise to be more environmentally friendly. As the environmentalist movement, it is our job to always demand more and push politicians and corporations towards a more environmentally friendly direction. And so many politicians and corporations right now are already on board with sustainable development, even though it's like sustainable development light or like, a wishy-washy sustainable development. So the most ideal thing that we can do is to demand degrowth so that we place a higher standard that they need to reach and that they need to compromise with us. So right now they can say, oh, we've reached sustainable development like 50%, but now we can say that's not enough. You need to do more. And for example, it's like net zero emissions. We can't just say that you can do carbon offsets. Now we're going to demand that you need to reduce your carbon before you offset those carbon. And we don't think we can get this with sustainable development because you're less likely to negotiate with these people. Lastly, I'm going to talk about addressing the root cause of corporate inaction. We see that in sustainable development, many corporations are not genuinely meeting environmental standards. They have half-baked policies, for example, or greenwashing attempts. And this is because they're still balancing contradicting interests. Their consumers want more products. They want new lines, for example. They want bubble gum flavored popcorn, for example, for some reason that we don't need. So naturally, they're going to follow what the consumers want because that's what the profit is. So we don't tackle the root cause. But in degrowth, we focus on consumption. So we focus on people and changing their behavior so that they are less likely to demand these things for corporations. And that's where we get corporations to change. That's all for my speech. We beg to propose.
Thank you, Alif. That was indeed a very passionate speech and a very empowering one as well. Thank you. We're moving on to the fourth member of the opposition team, who of course is Ishan. So Ishan, the floor is all yours.
Sure. Good evening, Madam Chairperson, and to one and all present here. Now, I would like to emphasize and summarize the points for adoption of the SDG approaches over degrowth approaches, as sustainable development is broader than degrowth and includes 16 other goals apart from responsible consumption and production. Sustainable development also acts as a positive connector towards our present and the future as we implement more progressive changes in the longer term. We will reach the outcome provided by the degrowth approaches without the complete disruption of our economy. More minor and impactful changes are also easier to implement than heavy and more risky changes, as our systems, consumers, and producers have other aims that they are fulfilling besides sustainability. So applying the real-life sustainable development approach is more appropriate than the theoretical degrowth approach. Then going towards the take, make, use, and dispose system, we believe it is the best approach for minimizing the disposal of waste and the need for raw materials by keeping existing materials and assets in the production cycle. Furthermore, this system aims at fulfilling the needs of the present without compromising the needs of the future, which aligns with the sustainable development approach. Moving on, using green growth for improving efficiencies rather than concentrating our efforts on checking consumption allows us to decouple economic growth from environmental impact by learning to utilize resources more thoughtfully. By investing in different, newer, innovative solutions, the technologies can become cheaper, more productive, and more efficient. Finally, I would like to mention that degrowth and SDG goals have the same intended outcomes, but different approaches. However, we believe that the continuation of an already established successful system is more beneficial than deconstructing a complete system and creating another system of their own that produces shockwaves, heavy impacts, and leads the economy towards a considerable loss. In conclusion, I would like to end my speech by stating that supporting a theoretical idea against an already implemented system would lead to unpredictable situations in today's world. And so we should stick to our strengths, keep the continuation of the Sustainable Development Goals, and not produce any unnecessary adverse outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you, Vishan. Thank you so much for winding that up. With the opening speech segment now coming to an end, we're now going to move to the rebuttal segment. Before that, I think I would just invite the audience to please post in their questions, or if you feel that you wish to unmute yourself and just ask I think we should be taking that towards the end, Arpit. We can, of course, proceed with the rebuttal round, and then we will, go up to your questions. But again, you are free to either send them to me over the chat box, or you can just unmute yourself and ask away yourself. Thank you so much. All right, moving on to the rebuttal segment, we are going to move to the first time slot of the rebuttal segment, and I would like to invite the government, someone from the government side, to come up and place your thoughts for the rebuttal.
Ladies and gentlemen, Madam Chair, I'd like to start off by opposing the opposition statement of sustainable development being a holistic approach. There was no explanation why sustainable development is holistic, except for the 17 goals, yes, but in a system that's inherently flawed. Furthermore, not every aspect of these 17 goals needs to be considered if growth was not part of the equation. As degrowth advocates, we don't think economic growth needs to be included, especially if it destroys the planet. To rebut the comment by opposition saying unsustainable degrowth can create recessions, this comment completely ignores Yuhina's idea of degrowth by design. Because what we just saw in the COVID pandemic was exactly degrowth, was exactly a recession because of the current economic system. If degrowth was in place, we would not see recession, we would see degrowth by design, and therefore catastrophe would be averted. We would also like to add that we would like to oppose that inclusive growth is not excessive. How can we grow for the poor while also growing for the high-consuming global north while still remaining within environmental limits when we don't need to grow anymore as part of our degrowth advocacy? Incrementalism. So that was one major posed question by the first speaker of opposition. We cannot afford incrementalism. This was something that every speaker of the opposition brought up as well. We do not have time. We do not have the liberty of time. Our deadlines are here. Climate catastrophe is here. As I said before, the future is here. It's just not equally distributed. Also, opposition asks for change without disruption. We would like to ask, again, what happened during COVID-19? Yes, a pandemic is inherently disruptive, but hunger, migrants from urban cities in India walking to their homelands because of inequality, because they do not have money to pay rent, because of an inherently unfair capitalistic system. Imagine a world where degrowth was the norm. This pandemic would be disruptive, yes, but the basic human rights would be intact in a welfare state that did not depend on infinite growth. Thank you. Passing on to my colleague.
Good evening again, everyone. I'm going to be rebutting the second speaker's arguments. To start with, the second speaker had mentioned that consumption is a symptom rather than the root cause of waste. And she had spoken about restorative and regenerative systems of development through circular economy. First of all, from the very beginning, we've been talking about the 3 Rs. This is a very ancient, it's a very old concept. And the 3 Rs focuses, the first of the 3 Rs is actually reduce. So whenever we talk about restore, we should actually just instead focus on reduce. Instead of replacing resources, we should try to not use them to begin with, because it's hard to replace something. Now, if you're talking about artificial forests to kind of make up for deforestation, we have to remember that they don't provide the same benefits as natural forests do. Secondly, circular economy focuses on retaining resources in the economy. But the thing is that we don't have the infrastructure to kind of be 100% circular as yet. Even the Netherlands, which is, the pioneer in the circular economy space, is only 27% circular as of now. And we don't, again, as Titli said, we do not have the liberty of time. We need immediate solutions, and circular economy is not an immediate solution simply because we don't have the infrastructure or the policies pertaining to it right now. Secondly, she had also brought up social justice and ecological well-being. Sustainable development is not entirely inclusive because while, again, it's still focusing on the same aspects of consumption, and it is focused on incrementalism. And that does not completely address issues faced by various vulnerable societies, vulnerable stakeholders, sorry. Also, sustainable development is a centralized top-down approach, whereas we know that when it comes to bringing about changes, radical changes to address existential issues like climate action, we need bottom-up approaches, which is something that Degrowth pushes for. So overall, circular economy, again, the main problem with circular economy, in addition to the fact that it doesn't push for reduce, is the rebound effect, which is something that I had brought up during my introductory remarks as well. It tries to make use of resources in an efficient manner, but again, it ends up causing people to consume more, which is the entire problem to begin with. It's the root cause of everything. So yeah, we need to, sorry, just to conclude, we need to kind of ensure that there is less demand for natural resources to begin with, which is something that sustainable development does not address. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Titli and Meghna. We'll be moving on to the opposition's first time slot for rebuttal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, just a minute. Yeah. So I would like to point out that the start point and the end point of both the approaches is the same. We want to reach the same goal, and we both are starting with the same thing, that there are limits to growth. There has been pollution has been excessive, and so we need to find another approach. And as mentioned already, that degrowth is a disruptive approach. And I have already talked about how sustainable development is holistic. Just to reiterate myself, sustainable development has 3 dimensions: economic, environment, and social. And unless we are talking about socially sustainable degrowth, because degrowth is more than just socially sustainable degrowth, it can be unsustainable degrowth as well. Unless we are talking about socially sustainable degrowth, degrowth only focuses on environment and anti-growth approach. So unsustainable degrowth can pave to recession if not treated carefully. We need to be incremental in our approach because disruption can create such feedback loops that we cannot anticipate right now, which would eventually create more problem than we already have. Then we talked a lot about how GDP is the basis of sustainable development, which is not true. As mentioned, and I will reiterate it again, GDP, or economic growth, which is sustainable economic growth, is one of the components of sustainable development. Sustainable development views lies in the concept of long-termism, where human societies must live and meet their needs without compromising the ability of future generation to meet their own needs. We are not propagating degrowth, but we are not propagating economic growth to an extent where it leads to devastation. The principles that sustainable development follows is conservation of ecosystem, development of sustainable society, conservation of biodiversity, control of population growth, development of human resources, and promotion of public participation. Another thing is there's then again the concept of donut economy, where the donut core concept is, instead of growth in GDP being the hallmark of the society's well-being, we should rather view well-being as the balance of human socioeconomic and ecological health. Then we talked a lot about how living with dignity for all, healthcare, education, clean water, and sanitation are essential, which was mentioned by the first speaker of the government, which again are essential parts of the SDGs. Then we went on to talk about happiness index. So we talked about how Bhutan brought in the happiness index in picture, but even today, Bhutan is not even in the top 50 countries ranked by happiness index. The top 5 countries are Finland, Iceland, Denmark, Switzerland, and Netherlands. Are any of these following degrowth? That is one of my questions to the government. We talked about how consumption-based solution is something that is propagated by sustainable development. I would like to understand more about it because that is not true. We are focusing on responsible consumption and production, and at no point we are saying that you have to replace your well-working cars or mobile phones with something new. Then we talked about cultural-based solutions. I would like to understand, why do we have to go to a degrowth approach for that? Why cannot we have a culture-based solution while we are talking about sustainable development? Because sustainable development itself believes in the bottoms-up approach, where the grassroots cultural and norms become a part of the solution. So to believe that culture-based approach or solution is in the ambit of only degrowth, that is not right. And I would like to understand how adopting degrowth for our developing country help in the current North-South divide. So that would be it from my end for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Srishti. Considering that you have utilized all of your 4 minutes of the allotted time, I think we'll move on to the government's second time slot for rebuttal. So I am going to invite the speaker from the government side who can take up this rebuttal round.
Yehina, are you going to start first, or?
If you can go, yeah, you should go ahead.
Okay. I think there's 3 main questions that needs to be addressed in this debate, which is which kind of approach best addresses the climate deadline that is currently faced and is very soon nearing. And we don't think that the Sustainable Development team has provided a well-reasoned argumentation of how sustainable development is on track to meet the deadline of the crisis that is pending. Because we've told you numerous times that right now we need to cut emissions drastically, and sustainable development has barely given a dent after 10 years of implementation in the current international order. Their main argumentation was efficiencies, and most of their argumentation was that sustainable development can create efficiencies, both technological or social, that will allow us to use natural resources less. However, they completely disregard the fact that efficiencies only work if that reduces consumption. And so in degrowth, we also love efficiencies. I think everybody would like to have more efficient technologies that uses less natural resources. But the end outcome of how sustainable development uses efficiencies and how degrowth uses efficiencies is very different. Because in sustainable development, it would still be very preferable to grow the economy by consuming more. We have efficiencies, but then we can put in and produce more things. While in degrowth, we have efficiencies, so we can use less natural resources because we don't need to produce more. We just produce enough that is needed to provide everybody with their basic necessities. And the problem with efficiencies is that it's not always available for most nations. And this goes back to the inequality that has been created, because inefficiencies will primarily be benefited to the global north, people who are able to access these technology, who are able to buy these technologies, but it's not going to be available for the global south. And furthermore, these new technologies in their creation and their production also churn out new carbon footprint. So manufacturing, for example, very big infrastructure that is supposed to be environmentally friendly also has very large carbon footprints. So it'd be better if we just don't do that and just reduce our consumptions, because we are in a very close deadline. Secondly, the main concern from the opposition side is that we're very, very destructive, and that they assume that degrowth is going to become a recession, for example, or it's still theoretical. This, by the way, ignores the fact that they listed a lot of examples in which degrowth societies are implemented right now in current society, that it's working in many indigenous places. In Australia, many countries are working towards a degrowth area. But they also propose circular economy. They propose like super amounts of investments in changing the supply chain. That's equally disruptive. How is that not going to require so much change, for example, in the international supply chain? How does that not require people to change so many of their bad habits? So if both sides is disruptive, and it needs to be disruptive, because climate policy means changing the system that is unfair right now, let's say which system is best at achieving our goals. And we think degrowth is the one that's better at doing that, and it's more attainable in that. Lastly, let's talk about inclusiveness. We told you that GDP doesn't prioritize the most marginalized groups. We told you because if you think about GDP, you can grow the GDP by just growing the rich people wealth. And Titley told you that by focusing on GDP, a lot of that income actually goes to the rich and doesn't go to the most marginalized poor people or women. But secondly, we don't think that sustainable development, it tries to be bottom up, but it doesn't succeed most of the time. And that's because sustainable development is not localized, it's not adapted to certain communities, it's centralized. It's about technocrats implementing something throughout the nation, having business partners, for example, putting in financing, putting in investments, for example, and that pushes out communities on the ground. Degrowth is much more simpler because we can cut out those unnecessary partners. They don't need to be part of the equation because it's primarily about people lowering their consumption and working within their community to provide for themselves. So we've proven to you that we're more likely to meet the climate crisis. We're less disruptive, and even if we're disruptive, we get the goals better. And lastly, we're more inclusive in sustainable development. And I think these are the questions that in the second rebuttal opposition needs to answer. Thank you.
Yeah. Can I go next? Manager? Okay. Thank you so much. My fellow colleague has wrapped up all the points really well, but I just want to add another point wherein my opposition colleague did mention about the fact that how global north and global south divide helps in the whole degrowth and everything. So the idea behind this whole narrative, how global north and global south is divided and how global north is simply pushing off the carbon footprint towards global south by offshoring its manufacturing units, it's the belief and idea of many scholars and theorists who believe that this how excess resource use in the global north is effectively again reinstating a colonial process on the global south. So therefore, degrowth in high-income nations is kind of form of like decolonizing the global south in the sense of it's removes pressure from the land and resources and human communities in the global south. And so this is a crucial demand for global justice in addition to ecological demand, right? Effectively, what is all this talk about shifting from one economy to another? Why this? We have this. The reason why it's been done because it's a very simple notion that we need to understand because they want to ensure that their carbon footprint is limited or none. Absolutely. Isn't that one of the goals that each and every state wants to achieve out there? And they understand that it simply cannot be done because for decades, the global north has been able to develop drastically because they were able to do it without any restrictions or limitations, unless till the point this whole argument came that how environment is so essential and integral to the survival of human society. So this shift, that's why the growth is important, and we want to address this whole narrative between global north and global south. And another thing I wanted to talk about the fact that SDGs is I think we can all agree on the point that the goal of SDGs and what they intend on achieving is actually very noble, and we all want to achieve that goal one day. But we have to understand that these SDGs have been adopted for quite some time, and one of the major contradictions that comes up when we talk about like when are we going to achieve those SDG is the lack of coordination between those SDG goals that is often faced by many states and across the globe. But the intent is great, but we are treading very close to it. We are not like achieving. And another point I want to make is, and I believe Aleph already covered, and this is something I mentioned, SDGs is something like the way we can achieve is something very initiated by your state's government, local association or NGO. And it's often difficult for an individual like you and me to be part of that system and ensure that we can all contribute equally to SDGs, whereas degrowth is more about achieving those goals individually as well. It is in my power to cut down my consumption. I don't have to go and purchase a new SUV car if I already have a car. And the whole talk about me like purchasing an EV vehicle and letting go of my old vehicle, I don't have to purchase EV vehicle if I simply just cut down my usage of my own private car and just opt for public transportation. So what I want to essentially tell is that the power of like initiating your contribution to make sure that the environment is safe and you are not polluting and you're not contributing to any kind of footprint it's in your hands. You don't have to wait for any kind of like action that needs to be reinstated by some kind of authority. So that's why I feel like degrowth can exist more locally. And I understand it's very difficult to transition to global change across the world and like have all the states together and talk about like from tomorrow onwards we can have degrowth. So I feel like degrowth can work really, really well in your local communities and SDGs as well. So as Shrishti also mentioned, like aren't we all working for the same idea? So that's my time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Alif and Yuvina. Moving on to the opposition's second time slot for rebuttals.
Yeah, thank you so much, Madam Chair. So I would like to just first of all reiterate what Meghna has mentioned that about the circular economy. So firstly, I would like to throw a light into the aspect that circular economy is not just about eco-design or recyclability. When we talk about circular economy, it also addresses upon the social inclusive aspect. And what I mean here is the fact that when we talk about social inclusiveness of circular economy model, it actually focuses upon the labor, the creativity, and the employees itself. So, for example, if I talk about circular fashion, and we can see that a lot of change makers and the startups are also coming up with the circular fashion, also the waste management, where it is focusing not just on the green technology or the eco design and recyclability, but also I think I believe that, and we have also seen that they're also focusing to the better representation of informal workers and also ethical trade practices. So I think that we also need to focus into the fact that, in fact, according to ILO, International Labour Organization, a net growth of 3 million jobs would be created. So it's not just about environmental aspect when we talk about circular economy, but it also touches upon the inequalities that are there. And through circular economy, because we must have seen that, especially in India, coming from the developing countries perspective, you must have seen that be it waste management, be it fashion industry, it is a major source of employment, especially for women, if you see it from that angle. And in order to generate the livelihood for them, the circular economy could actually be able to provide a sustainable livelihood and also be able to take care of the health and well-being of them. So, for example, I can give you an illustration. I know certain organizations based in Kolkata, such as 12 Store, which are focusing on upskilling. So what they do is that they take the products, the clothing, which are pretty much in good condition from NGOs or in other areas, and then they recycle them in, for example, reusable pads, for example, and also purses which are ready to use. So in that sense, what has been mentioned by the opposition, that we are actually producing more, through upcycling, we are just taking up the waste or taking up the scraps and using them in much more utility. So in a way, I believe that through circular economy, we are able to produce, not just able to reduce carbon footprint, but also able to provide livelihood and take care of all the inequalities which exist in the society. And also the second point which I really want to highlight is the fact that since we are not here, if you look into the sustainable development, we actually focus into 3 Ps, which are people, planet, and profit. So it's not just about economy, it's not just about social aspect. It's because anyhow, like, the businesses need profit. But I think you must have seen that the current business model that we have it into, they're more focusing into they're actually more focusing into purpose. So nowadays, more and more businesses are operating with purpose. And when I say purpose, they're actually want to work for the society, and that's why you must have seen that nowadays sustainable reporting, in fact ESG framework is also coming into picture, and corporate social responsibility, which were earlier seemed to be as a burden, but I think with the current crisis that we all grappling with it, everyone has taken up the responsibility. So here I believe that what the opposition has mentioned, that holistic seems to be a distant dream, but I believe that with what we can understand from the term holistic is by the fact that the multi-stakeholder approach, that it is not just the duty of the consumer, it is not just the duty of the corporations or individual for that matter. We need a collaborative voices to make that change happen. Because even if I think again, I will really go back to the time that when COVID hit all of us, like during nationwide lockdown, we imagined, we thought that, okay, everybody's going to be maybe consume less, they won't be consuming so to say or rely on maybe just on basic amenities. But I think the moment the lockdown opens up, I think we really most of the people get back to normal. And what I mean by to the normal is the fact that again we started traveling, we started producing more carbon footprint, in the sense we start consuming more. So I think when you talk about behavior aspect, it is easier said than done, because when we see it in practicality, I think we need more sort of social mandate kind of thing to make that change happen. And it consumer, of course, at an individual level, like Yuhina has also mentioned, that we all have that power to make that change happen through through zero waste lifestyle or through minimalism in that sense. But I think if we have more collective voices, which comes from a lot of areas, from different set of stakeholders, we're able to create shared value in that society. And I think through that momentum, we're able to make that change faster, which might take maybe so many years to achieve that. So that's what I feel about that. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Khushbu, for that. I think we're done with the round of rebuttals for both the sides now. And we will now be taking up some questions. We did see Arpit raising his hand first, and if I can just request Arpit to please unmute yourself and pose your question for us. Meanwhile, I would also like to remind the other audience, the other members in the audience, to please submit us your questions or raise your hand after we are done with Arpit's round, so that then we can move on to your question. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chairperson ma'am, for allowing me to put forth my question. Overall, I do think that the Degrowth party, the government, made a lot of strong points. I would first make some comments on what I thought about the opposition's argument. And one place where I disagree with the opposition's argument is when the opposition says that how can degrowth be a viable idea when it has never been tested out? And I see that the government gave certain counter arguments about degrowth actually being practiced in certain models. But on the matter of principle, I would want to say that there are a lot of ideas which have never been practiced, which have never been tried out in practice, but they have eventually been successful when they came into being. So, for example, democracy was an idea. If you look at it, 1,000, 1,500 years back, or maybe even 500-600 years back, if you were to ask nation states whether we will see democracy or let us move to democracy from the kind of monarchical states that the world was used to, the state governments would say that this idea might sound good, but it's more theoretical. We've never seen it in applied in reality, but it kind of worked out fine. So ideas which have never seen the light of the day can nevertheless be successful. So that's certainly one thing. But then I have more questions and probably more objections to what the government has to offer in terms of degrowth. And my question to the government is that, do you absolutely look over the concerns of security when you're talking about degrowth? What if a nation were to decide that they will degrow from this point onwards? That essentially means that competitors of that nation would have an economic advantage and thereby a military advantage over that nation, just from a balance of power perspective. And that nation would certainly be disadvantaged in terms of its security in front of its opposes in the world stage. I believe that your assumption over there is that there will be no conflict in the world. There, everybody would be living like one large harmonious family, and only then you can achieve something like degrowth, which also might mean that you're either talking about a quixotic dream, or you're talking about having a world government per se, where the whole of the world sees itself as the same unit and can cooperate and coordinate accordingly. I am not sure if the world is ready for that yet. I also wanted to understand, not just from the security perspective, but then from a human nature perspective, considering that human beings are maximizers. Human beings may not be absolutely rational, but then human beings do tend to operate under bounded rationality. And human beings try to maximize utility. So as long as you don't convince me that degrowth increases well-being, I don't think that there is any viable model of moving from the current consumption model, which at least promises well-being for a lot of people who are poor right now. Unless you're talking about radical redistributions, which again have not proven so, they've had limited success, but then how you plan to do those radical redistributions, I am a little doubtful of that. My third and final point is that you talk about large groups of people who would support the degrowth agenda, such as indigenous communities, such as farmers, and you criticize the sustainable development agenda because it is centralized and it is managed by a small elite group of people. Moralistically, your arguments sound good, but then just practically, we know that small groups often tend to achieve a lot more because small groups have a lesser cost of coordination, communication, cooperation, while all of these things in large groups are absolutely more difficult to bring about. So how do you plan to address that? And from experience, what we've seen is that even when indigenous communities, even when groups of people who are poor are given the opportunity to, or are given the power to integrate themselves into the mainstream of the society, or even power to just enhance the way that they have been living and not move to the other side, they typically choose moving to the other side. They typically choose the good jobs and good opportunities for economic growth that the world offers to them. And I think that is because of the utility maximizing intent. Because if I were to, in final analysis, give you, a scenario where human beings were primitive creatures, we were living in forests and small tribes, we were always threatened by the environment and the natural, surroundings of us. We used to have various kinds of predators, taking away our children, taking away our cattle, etc., etc. And that's the reason we devised ways to guard ourselves against them. And we devised those ways by creating more weapons. We devised those ways by creating more surplus so that we can have a more organized and a more safe economy, a more safe society. And since we embarked on that path, we have never looked back. And I would say, at least in the local sense, human beings are a lot better off than they were earlier. And planning to or proposing to go back to where we were is probably going to be a hard sell.
Hi, Arpit. We only have 2 minutes to answer a question. So can you please choose one of your 3 questions that you'd like us to answer?
You can choose any of it that I put in front.
Any that you prefer? Any that you prefer?
Why don't we start with the security question first?
Okay. Oh wait, are we gonna collect? Okay, Chrissy, we were waiting for a question for negative also, right?
Yeah, so we are actually waiting for another question that perhaps anyone can pose to the opposition, and we do welcome that. And seeing that there are none, we can now move on where Alif, maybe you can start addressing Arpit's question, and then we will see if we have another question lined up for the opposition.
Yeah, I think Yuhina's going to take this one, right?
Okay, so thanks for the question. With respect to security, I understand it's going to be very difficult for major states in the global north and global south as well to drastically scale down their consumption and reduce massive production when it comes to arms and ammunition, and we live in a world where where a lot of conflicts are going on. There's a lot of threat to life and security, and I understand, but what we are not accounting for is that there's another threat as well, which we can acknowledge, is climate change. And you can't have any like battle or table of negotiations with climate change. You cannot like have negotiations where you can reduce the effect of climate change or something. And I understand it's a major concern and majority states will not be keen on, but I couldn't help but say one of the examples which we all know about is about Costa Rica, and how now the state was colonized long back, and they have recently celebrated 200 years of independence. And I understand that they have come a long way. They've put up a lot of resources when it comes to well-being of their society and everything. But they shifted their priority. They made a genuine call where they said that we do not want to put in as much resources. Okay, I was just reading that question. So it talks about that how they made a genuine call with respect that do we want to put that much effort and resources when it comes to arming ourselves, or do we want to prioritize our human well-being? And they did that take that call, and of course they were being threatened. They also had attacks from the neighboring states. A case was going on in ICJ for 5 years, and we all know that how legal matters take forever. And I understand that how US also stepped in to provide aid to Costa Rica, as mentioned. But aren't we of the opinion that what we keep on talking about, that how the world is one global village and how we are one community and everything? And if you're going with that understanding, and if you want to make sure that you have enough security from others, then you will continue doing so. You will not cut down on your security. You will not cut down on your military advancements and everything. The idea is just to produce less, and maybe the usage of that has to be reduced as well, because it's not Costa Rica alone. There are major other states like Japan has post World War II also never advanced so much in arms and ammunition. They never given so many resources. So Costa Rica is not the alone example. So what I'm trying to say is that I know the trust runs very low within the global community, that you would have a friend in need when you're being invaded by another state. But the idea is that who do we prioritize more? Being the well-being of your society, or just simply arming yourself to the point where you are putting things at loss for the other community and the other states.
With permission of the chairperson, can I just come back with a very quick comment?
A very, very quick comment.
Sure. So I think the world as a global community is an ideal, and perhaps doesn't match very well with the reality. It's unfortunate, but that's the way that things are. And secondly, I do also want to ask that as the incumbent government right now, would you unilaterally as a state go on a degrowth path without any consideration of national security, and based on the assumption that the world indeed is a global village?
So we are not proposing that the state as a whole should simply transition to degrowth from tomorrow onwards. What we are trying to say that this kind of approach should be adopted, should be seriously reconsidered. And I understand this point was raised came up earlier also, where we talked about that how degrowth is a new idea. How do we know that whether it will run its course and everything? But the idea is not to transition to the whole country tomorrow onwards. The idea is that this idea can be introduced in the local sphere, community and dialogues, where people who are passionate or maybe who associate themselves with this ideology can step in. So I think that's what we are trying to go for.
I can add to that. Also, the burden of the government in this motion is not to prove that we'll realistically implement degrowth everywhere or tomorrow, or we have all the solutions. The idea was that it's preferable to advocate degrowth instead of sustainable development. So we think that while we might need to compromise with the arms security concern, it's more likely that we'll have a better compromise in comparison to sustainable development that does not ask us to reduce the military at all, or doesn't expect arms to be reduced at all. Well, degrowth might put some pressure in each country to rethink, do we need to put this much in military? We might still need a military, but it might not be as much as we have in the current status quo. So we think that will be a better compromise in terms of environment, in comparison to if we just demanded sustainable development, which doesn't ask for anything in terms of military. Yeah.
May I also jump in really quick, Madam Chair?
Yes, please, absolutely.
I'd like to start off with your comment about war and security threat. Our biggest security threat right now in the last decade has been terrorism. And I feel like the basic premise of why people feel the need to involve themselves in conflict. We look at the war in Syria, we look at what's happening in Afghanistan, it's all marginalization of people. And that has driven them to extremism and therefore war. So what we're proposing changes the rules of the game, right? Completely. It redistributes wealth. There's no marginalization of community anymore. And therefore, yes, Arpit, it does sound ideal, utopian, and maybe you may not think it will work, but human beings are actually inherently cooperative by design. So we believe that it can work, and we're not promoting to start off with a top-down approach. We're promoting a bottom-up approach, and contrary to what you said, where it's just very small communities right now that we have that actually want this, like indigenous peoples, and the statistics are very, very different. I think Alif brought it up in his opening statement as well, and I'd like to add to that. In 2020, there was an Edelman Trust barometer that went ahead and put the statement out there: capitalism does more harm than good. 56% of the world agreed. 69% of France agreed. 74% of India agreed. So I feel like sustainable development goals and the current system of the economy is not even asking the people what they want. Another example, this undergrad student in 2017, he quoted a Harvard study to Nancy Pelosi, who was the Speaker of the US House of Representatives at the time, and this was televised, and it was a town hall meeting in New York. 50% of Americans do not support capitalism, and asked if Democrats had an alternative economy. All she said, I quote, "I thank you for your question, but I'm sorry to say we're capitalists, and that's just the way it is." End quote. So right now, it's a tired ideology where it's top down, and that's the top right now is a minority, where they want something because it's been the status quo and they're scared about losing power. But the bottom up, clearly, from everything we've just represented, wants change. So if we ask the right questions and if we ask the masses, this won't be a very difficult revolution, we think. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for posting your comment here on the chat box, Arpit. I would again repeat, if there happens to be any other question for the opposition team that we wish to just bring on the floor, then we can. I would be inviting anyone from the audience. All right, seeing that there is none, I think we would now move on to the closing comments, where we would be giving just about a minute to each of the team to really compile all their arguments and compile all their comments in it. And we would be inviting just one speaker per team. So moving on to the government response to, moving on to the government now, the government team.
To close, I'd like to say that we're proposing to change the rules of the game. At the moment, when you're saying that we want sustainable development, we're talking about asking one team that's playing basketball to have one hand behind their back while they play, which is not going to work, right? That's exactly what greenwashing is doing. We want to change the entire system, the rules of the game, the basis that companies operate on. The opposition stated the triple bottom line in one of their arguments. I'd like to pose that in 2018, the founder of the triple bottom line, John Elkington, for the first time in history, announced a product recall of a management concept. He said, quote, "Their focus on financial value above all other forms has delivered huge rewards for those in capitalism's driving seats, but also burned through unconscionable amounts of natural, social, and human capital along the way," end quote. All the roads of prosperity, well-being, development right now lead to one destination, infinite growth. As degrowth advocates, we propose living simply so that others may simply live. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Moving on to the opposition team.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Degrowth is not an immediate solution. In the long run, it might work out as an approach for developed world economies. However, developing world economies like ours need some amount of growth to thrive. That is sustainable economic growth. Sustainable development provides the positive well-being that degrowth might not be able to achieve, as reduction in GDP is likely to cause an increase in unemployment. Some essence of this has been experienced during the global pandemic that the world has been dealing with. Degrowth places unnecessary emphasis on economic growth when the real key is not reducing growth, but promoting growth which helps the environment. For example, investment in renewable energy can lead to higher growth and better environment. As rightly put by some scholars, degrowth is a concrete utopia, an imaginary perfect world that works well in theory. However, for practical and pragmatic solutions, we need to divert our energy and limited resources towards sustainable development and strengthen the already existing system instead of bringing in a new disruption. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much for that. Considering we had initially decided that we would not be moving forward in placing a vote, and that we would not be picking out the winner team, I would move ahead and shall now officially close the debate panel of this very interesting and this very important discussion that we had. I commend each one of you for those very enlightening and powerful remarks. Thank you so much, each one of you. It's just an attempt for us to open up several other important conversations in under one umbrella, and this was one such case. And all we can do is just continue adding our voices in such movement, adding our voices in every resource that we can possibly connect to, and bring some important change out of these dialogue, out of these themes, out of these movements. So thank you so much. Now that I can shrug off my chairperson thing out of me, let's just get down to the real business. And now that we have also stopped recording, no, we haven't stopped recording, I'm sorry, we have stopped going live now on LinkedIn. Can we now pick out a winner? Please, please. I am dying to see your responses now.
Madam Chair.
I frankly think that the degrowth team has it.
Similarly with me. I
Like,
think definitely the degrowth team who has really won this entire.
I think well argued, the growth team, but then just on the basis of how persuasive and convincing they were, my vote would go with the degrowth team. That's just my opinion.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right. I think with this really interesting, fiery, and fun session, we've now come to the end of the International Ideation Summit of this cohort of the fellowship. Thank you so much to each of the fellow who was a participant in this and who was a non-participant as well, because in any case, I think we've made this a wonderful learning experience for each one of us. Thank you so much, Arpit, and the entire team, Arpit, Ishan, and the entire team of GPODS for making this really possible in such a smooth way and in such a fun way. And I shall now be handing over to you, Arpit. All right, I think Arpit's video just kind of froze. Wait.
Thank you so much, Shrishti, and for all your leadership and for all your coordination. You, Aditi, Gauri, the whole of the team putting this together is certainly something that is inspiring for us as directors. And I would want to give a big thank you to all of the fellows, because your scholarship has been absolutely inspiring. And I was so fortunate for the parts that I was able to attend the Ideation Summit this time. I was so fortunate to hear such sophisticated, nuanced, well-researched, well-thought out, well-structured arguments that I'm redoubled in my confidence that, with GPODS, we are probably doing something right. And we now, as the Ideation Summit is over, we invite you over as peers to take this program forward and make the world a better place. And we are looking forward to your graduation ceremony very soon. I hope that that the speaker who's coming in is the country director of the World Food Program India. Fascinating person to know. And I hope that you will leave this fellowship with fond memories, and you would leave with this fellowship with new knowledge, a lot of good networks, and a sense of camaraderie. So big cheers to you. This was your moment, and I think you've done a great job in making this successful. So thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, guys.
I think we can stop recording now. I am